What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquez with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on internet radio, where you get your positive on. But when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
All right. I guess that's the last book buzz. All right, I gotta get used to this new format. They forgot my applause. That's my
Yay!
Yeah, we got Robin Lynn here tonight, y'all. But hold tight, Rob. We got one more thing to do. All right. Okay. I want to thank everybody for joining us and welcome to PositivePower21.org for 2015. I am Jerry Royce Live. We do have one big book buzz sponsor that's sponsoring this show tonight with Robin Lynn's production, and that's Darlene Rucker-Williams, my good friend. So we're going to play this through, then we're going to get Robin Lynn Maben on the show. So hold tight, everybody, for this sponsorship from my good friend, Darlene Rucker-Williams.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
All right. That's Darlene Rucker-Williams. She's one of our big sponsors for Book Buzz. Thanks a lot. All right, we got Robin Lynn tonight. We're going to read her bio, then we're going to bring her on right after our promo for this week. And we're so excited to talk to her. All right, Robin Lynn was born on May 7, 1962. Is married J. and Rose Annette Maven. Growing up in Tacoma, Washington, Robin Lynn attended Henry Foss High School and enlisted in the United States Air Force at the ripe age of 17. Robin Lynn served our country from 1980 to 88, where she acquired a phenomenal skill set in telecommunications and computer operation. She also acquired post-traumatic stress disorder due to a sexual assault that occurred early on in her military career. This condition went undiagnosed and untreated for over 20 years and became the contributing factor to homelessness and unemployment. And we're going to get into all of that with Robin. And the next voice you hear will be with Robin Lynn Maven right after this message. Hold tight, everybody. What's up, everybody? What's going on at Jerry Royce Live Worldwide? Just want to give you an update for this week. That's right. Wednesday, January 7th, we got author Johnny Brown at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And we have Devon Callahan at 9 o'clock following that show. It's going to be all good. We got to find out what Devon been up to. He's an old friend from way, way back. And he writes under the name Scholar Rice. And we have to find out what that brother's up to. The last time I talked to him, he was living in Texas. He was in California before that. And then before that, I think he was in Korea. So we will find out what Devon Callahan is up to these days. All right, check us out. Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. All right. That's my man, too. Can't wait to talk to him, but it's been a long time. All right, but tonight we're talking to Robin Lynn Maven. She is the guru. That's right. She's the guru of internet marketing and promotion. My hero. What's going on, Robin? How you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing really good. Very happy to be here. Thank you, Jerry.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And the first question is, who is Robin Lynn Maven?
Oh, wow. Well, I'm something else, I can tell you that. Veteran, mother, minister, champion of the people, teacher, motivator, sponsor, I don't know what else. Producer.
You forgot to say social media guru.
Yes, social media guru. So I'm told, streaming queen. I hear I'm streaming the Saturn these days, and so.
That is awesome. That's awesome. So much to learn from you. I'm still waiting on my videos that you promised me over the Christmas holiday. Remember that conversation?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There was so much going on. You know, the holidays and everything. When the holidays came, I forgot about everything else. All the presents and the presents and the presents.
That's right. I know. Well, I didn't forget about mine. They were well deserved. My family hooked me up. That's right. All my gear just in time because my team made the playoffs. And I'm not trying to brag, y'all. We just used to that here in the Baltimore area that our team make it to the playoffs. And last year we didn't make it. You know, we understand. Sometimes you just got to set aside, let somebody else have that turn. But we're not used to that around here. So we say, hey, they had that turn. Now it's time for us to get back into the big tournament. And so they hooked me up this year. I got some wonderful gifts under the tree. And that's
awesome. It'd be great if they end up playing with the Seahawks this year. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I know. That's what everybody wants to see. But I'm hearing now that everybody wants to see the Cowboys in the Super Bowl, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, they want to see a more experienced quarterback. All right. Well, we talking to Robin Lynn Maven. She just told us who she is. You know, she's community outreach, leadership development, public speaking, coaching, strategic planning, all that good stuff. But one of the things, you know, that just hit me when I was reading your bio, and a lot of people don't understand it, because I work for the federal government, and I know one of the priorities from Washington, from the White House, from President Obama was to hire our veterans, you know, the ones that were getting out, you know, they'd done their time, and they still have a little bit more time left in skill set that we need drastically in the federal government, especially the technical side, and a lot of professionalism also, I must add. You have some problems You were a telecommunications specialist, computer operations, doing your job, but then something happened, an attack. You mind sharing that story with us?
Yeah, well, actually, 1 month into my military service, I had just completed basic training, and I was in tech school at Shepherd Air Force Base in Texas there. And I got sick. I ended up getting pneumonia some kind of way, and so I went to the doctor to sick call. And while I was there waiting to be seen, I was raped in the medical hospital by another military member. Yeah. And I was just 17 years old, and the whole experience, it happened so fast, and it was just really so surreal that I didn't even cry out for help or scream. And because of that, I didn't even, in my mind, I just kind of put it away. And in my mind, it didn't even occur to me that I was raped. They, when you go in the service, they yell at you and they tell you not to fraternize, and they keep you separated, the males and the females and all of that. And then they say, don't get caught out by the dumpster with the guys and stuff like that. And, they're just really strict like that. And so I never said anything because I thought if I did say anything, they wouldn't believe me and I was going to be in trouble. So consequently, I went through my whole military career and I didn't say anything to anybody, not even until 20 years after I got out of the service. Yeah.
That's terrible. And those things happen all the time when, police force, all of them, and it's a shame because you're there to help protect,
Yeah. And it's still prevalent to this day. And not only women are victims. Men are victims of military sexual trauma too. And in fact, the whole military experience is traumatic. And I would venture to say that 100% of the people serving in the military will come out traumatized and will develop post-traumatic stress disorder. Yes. Yes.
So that doesn't matter if they are at in fighting or not. Just sitting behind a desk, they can get it.
Well, because of the things that you're exposed to, there's always like a balance of power that's going on. And then they also, for some of the things that we're trained for, they train us to kill, okay? They train us to go in and accomplish some things, and they kind of like put us on command, and they never take us off. That's why you end up with all these military people and ex-military people either on the police force or are unloosed on society, killing people. Yeah. Another thing. Yeah. Yeah.
And you think about it too, you figure, soldier come out of the military, he's trained, to handle all types of situations. You think he would make the best law enforcement officer, but in some cases they may make the worst. You may not want that person to have a gun. But with the training and everything, you think they can handle it. But you're saying in some cases, no, not everybody should be involved with, any type of violence or anything like that, because they may not be able to handle in a diplomatic way.
And it's traumatic. Could you imagine being trained to kill? We're not wired like that. So somewhere in your psyche, you have to go somewhere dark and deep in order to do that. And then they never debrief you. They like even a canine dog. Okay. They will put that dog on command and then take him off and give him a reward, pet him and all that, right? They don't do that with the people in the military. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You think about the dogs that were serving on law enforcement. Eventually, they go to homes, and they do kind of like bring them back down to some programs to get them used to being around people and children.
They go like this, sick them, and then they go down, boy. See, they don't do that with us. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a setup. It's a setup.
Yeah, and they do a good job getting you guys trained. You know, you're talking about you getting a paycheck to go put your life on the line. It's like, whoa, that don't sound like a good one. That don't sound like a good deal to me.
It's really quite frightening, because I found that I've been out of the service 30 some odd years now, and in certain situations, all that training that I had years ago will kick in without even a thought. Wow. Yeah, I can still run. Yeah, not even memory. It's training and conditioning. And so I can still run. I can still execute some very, very self-defense, you know, and survival skills, all of that. So it's amazing.
Yeah, it is. They know what they were doing. But you're talking about the military has been around for a very long time, and some of those that training techniques are very old. You know, because my dad was a drill sergeant, and I've seen some situations where, you know, we looked at him to take over. You know, something's going on, and they know what to do. It's like automatically that you just kick into that mode. You know, you feel safe. You know, they want to handle it, even without a weapon. All right. All right, well, we'll keep you in prayer. We would definitely keep you in prayer.
Oh, thank you. All
right. Now, so over the years, you were able to, I guess, find some healing mechanism to help cope with society. And for those that are listening who's same experience, you know, getting out of the military, trying to live a normal life, what are some of the things you have done to make life normal?
Well, first of all, I did not pick up on any of the techniques or anything. So I spent the better part of 10 plus years homeless, drug addicted, and again, the post-traumatic stress disorder was untreated and undiagnosed. And I also consequently found out that I'm bipolar. So, you know, I was out there just really out there like that, and basically, what I ended up doing, one of the reasons why it took me so long to overcome the homelessness is because I just kind of retreated. And so I would stay out of the shelters. I would stay out of where everybody was at because it was further abuse. And I would do things like stay in the park by a tree, away from the crowds, away from where anybody could see me, because it seemed like I'm very attractive. And my attractiveness is what drew everything. And then everything after, when everyone was attracted to me, right after that came the punch or the whatever. And so I downplaying my looks, and I didn't want to be noticed, and so that really interfered with with my ability to speak up for myself and to get help. Plus, I had no idea. I knew something was wrong with me, but I never kind of knew what. You know, I just kind of didn't know. So I spent a lot of time just trying to survive and trying to stay out of the way. And then one day Go ahead.
So what happened when you got out of the military? You did the 8 years and you didn't have a job waiting for you? I mean, you had nowhere to go?
Job. Oh, my goodness. I got a job, a good job, too. I was working for Frederick & Nelson, and they were a major department store in Seattle, Washington. The company was over 100 years old, and it was owned by Ken Baring, and he owned the Seahawks and a bunch of office buildings, and he went bankrupt. And so he got rid of the company to go solvent. But before that happened, I fell in love with a musician. And so we were going to go to New York, so I gave 2-week notice on my job. I worked there for about a year and a half, became a lead operator, trained other people. I mean, I was doing really good. But I gave up my job and bought tickets for us to go to New York. He took the tickets and took somebody else and left me, and that's what began my homelessness. And again, the post-traumatic stress was developing. You know, it just doesn't happen all at once, and it really does affect your thinking and stuff. And I was really young and kind of, I don't know if naive is the right word, but I just, was just kind of trusting you know, and I believe what somebody says and things like that. And so I was dumb.
So at that time, but you were in your late 20s at that point, though, right?
I was 20, 25, 26, 27. Uh-huh. Yeah,
so you stayed out. So you stayed in Seattle after your friend took the tickets and moved to New York. You just stayed in Seattle jobless, and then that led to homelessness. Is that what happened?
Yeah, and then again, I got into relationships, and so I ended up going from Seattle to Portland, where I lived 3 years. I was homeless there. To Sacramento, I lived there for about 3 or 4 more years, and then back to Washington State. Where
what about the family? So where was your family at that point?
My family is in Tacoma, Seattle area. I've got a very wonderful family, but there's a lot of issues, you know, a lot of underlying issues, even before I left to go in the military. So I did not feel the inclination, I'll just say, to go to my family. Or anybody, really. Nobody.
Wow. So how did you pick back on your feet to become who you are today?
Well, I had to change my mindset. You know, I was very ashamed, and I didn't want to tell anyone what was going on with me. And then again, I really didn't know what was wrong. Okay, but I just got in my head that, you know what, I don't want to live like this, and I don't want to be like this. So I started opening up my mouth. And somehow I didn't even know I could go to the VA for medical care, you know. And something happened, and I ended up going to the VA, and one of the social workers there, she just happened to ask me, do you know what post-traumatic stress is? And I go, yeah, that's combat, you know, shell shock, when the guys go over to Vietnam and they come back crazy. And she goes, well, yeah, but it happens to anyone who suffered trauma. It can happen. And then she asked me, was I ever raped? And I told her, I don't know. And she asked me, well, what do you mean I don't know? So I told her, I explained to her, you know, how the incident happened to me. And she explained to me, well, rape is when someone has penetration or intercourse with you, and it's against your will. And if you didn't want that, it is indeed rape. And so she encouraged me to file for my VA claim and my compensation, and she also led the way to me getting into therapy and counseling, which I'm still in to this day. Yeah, to this day. Right. Yeah. Yes. Right. Yeah.
So what led you to so what got you to Florida? Because you're in Florida now, correct?
Yes, I'm in Florida now.
So how did you get to Florida?
Well, I was in Seattle promoting and doing the radio stations and the things that I do, and I developed some major health issues the last few years. And then I had just some more family issues and things like that. So I had an opportunity arise for me in North Carolina, in Charlotte. And so I just kind of left everything and kicked everything to the curb. And, you know, I got my health back. And I decided, wow, you know, I'm 50-some-odd years now. I was struggling, and now I just want to live. So I just started moving forward. So I went to North Carolina, spent a few months there, and then I got an opportunity to come to Florida to work with Family in Distress, a wonderful outreach ministry serving the homeless and families in distress, the whole thing, and also serving at Total Victory Christian Center as a minister and a missionary. Yeah, and then the radio goes wherever.
I'm sorry. So you actually took a job with the ministry, so that pretty much got you to the East Coast, working with the ministry?
Yeah. I took a position. I'm serving. It's not really a job, but I'm serving because that's my first love. Yeah, I like to spread the word of God, and I love to help people.
That's right. We can tell. All right, we're talking to Robin Lynn Mabin. She is the guru of social media marketing and promotion for radio internet podcast and all that good stuff, and also she's a community outreach specialist. All right, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come right back and find out how she does it, how she pushes internet marketing. All right, one moment, everybody, for another episode or 2 episodes of Book Buzz.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
How would you like to have a book that reflects your life? Hi, I'm Mocha Butterfly. I would like to tell you more about my latest book, The Reality of Mocha Butterfly. It's a poetry chapbook capturing my life that covers subjects such as self-esteem, anti-bullying, spirituality, family, friends, love, and heartbreak. You can purchase your copy online at twopensandlit.com/Thompson. To find out more about me, visit me on Facebook at facebook.com/M8CHA Fly. Thanks for listening.
All right, that was Tamika Kane and Cassandra Thompson. All right, our Book Buzz sponsor for midway through the show. All right, we're talking to Robin Lynn Mabin. She's on Spreaker.com. That's where she be rocking, and she be working it too. All right. If you want to know how to promo, just follow her. Now, Robin, of course, you and I are going to have to talk offline soon because I got a lot of questions for you. But one of the things we want to know is we want to know how you do it. Now, did you get radio experience working, as a telecommunication specialist in the military or private industry? Where did you get your experience from, or was it all self-taught?
Actually, I did not get it. Surprisingly, I was a communications specialist in the military, and then my last 2 years in the military, they merged data automations in with computer operations in my field. But surprisingly, I did not do any radio. And how I got into radio was about 6 years ago. I was providing tech support and producing shows for there was a soul singer, an R&B singer, and he had a talk show. Chad Hunter. He had a talk show over on Blog TV, and I had a client or somebody that they were looking for ventures on different avenues to broadcast on. So I went to Blog TV for whatever reason, and his was the first show that I saw. So when I saw his show, I started giving him techniques. I go, well, if you tweet when you're live and get everybody to tweet, you'll start expanding. And so I helped him grow his show from 200 to 600 in like 2 weeks, okay? And then that kind of led to me word got out that you can call me, and so I would give people tech support and things like that, and that led me to MC Frozen One. He's a DJ and MC in London, and he was on that platform, and then he decided that he wanted to have an internet radio station on his own, and he didn't want to do it by himself. And so I said, well, I'll help you, but I don't know anything about it. He goes, that's no problem. I'll tell you what to do. And so we sat, and he told me what to do, and in the first 3 weeks, Vibes Live Radio built up to its first 1,000 listeners. And I still use the techniques that he did. Okay, then, watch this. Then he wanted to get a private server so that the station could exist on its own and not on a platform, because Block TV was going off the air and things like that. And so nobody would teach me about the different sources of streaming and stuff like that. So that's when I became a producer. But it took me about 2 years to research and learn how. When I found out how to get a server, and I got it live. So I started playing the music, and I got a hold of MC Frozen One in London. I go, hey, I did it. Here you go. And he goes, go on, Robin. You've done such a great job. It's yours. And that's how I got the radio station.
Wow. So you still rocking that?
Oh yeah. We're rocking it to the tune of I think 378,000 listeners. Last time I checked a few minutes ago. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
So where can people find that at?
Over
that's
there
on Spreaker, right?
Yeah, it's on Spreaker, but we're also on Listen to My Radio, FM Caster. All you got to do is just go Vibes Live. And if you go vibeslive.org, that's our website. And I've got my Ning site on Robin Lynch Productions and stuff like that. But if you look for that Lifesaver logo, it's very colorful. You can't miss it. You type in Vibes Live, just type in Robin Lynch, just point and click. Turn on the computer. I promise I'll be right there.
That's right. So Robin, so now when did things kind of really look broad to you with the internet? Because I know we tried podcasting back around 06 to 07. It was still, you didn't have the mics that could connect to the computer at the time. You had to pretty much be creative with the patch cords and stuff.
Yeah.
To get it to connect. And I think most of the guys, like me, we were kind of trying to use like the telephone line system.
Yes.
To make it work, because Vonage was around then, and they were one of the only VOP companies at the time.
Yeah.
So how was you guys making it work? I mean, we get creative with the engineering.
Yeah, and in the military, we went TDY a lot. So, and a lot of things, you didn't have your supplies that you can just go and get. So we had to jerry rig and be creative because communication you got to be on. And so when it came to doing the radio, I discovered that I love exploiting the internet. And so anything that you can do on the internet, I was always trying to do more. And so I would be doing things, and then they would be coming back and telling me, well, you can't do that. That's violating the terms of service. And I'd be like, well, it's not my fault what happens when I point and click. And so, it's just really interesting. We use Skype, and we would bring in people in the audio and the video and use the conference calling capabilities. And then I learned about stereo mix. You set your microphone on your computer to stereo mix, and that makes it a broadcaster. It broadcasts what it hears and what it listens. And after that, it was like, very, very simple, very, very easy. And so, and then we also began, if people didn't know how to do it, you could connect to me through Skype, and then we would just politely broadcast you. Yep, and so we started with broadcasters all over the world. DJ Momo from Israel is still one of our original DJs. He still logs in a few times a week. MC Frozen One pops in every so once in a while. And then I've got several ministries and things like that, and we've actually grown to over 50 radio stations, shows, talk shows, comedy, all of that. And we syndicate other people's content as well.
All right. Yeah. All right. And so is Spreaker the main flagship that you're using, or you mentioned another one? So you mentioned another one called Listen.
Listen to My Radio. That's where my stream originates from, with the server in London. And then we got on Spreaker, and Spreaker we just started blowing up over there. They started promoting us, and it's just amazing the love that we have over there. And then Spreaker is very, very user friendly in that you can create as many episodes and shows as you like. And then providing tech support, a lot of times I had to come up with a platform. Robin Lynch Productions, it's a cornucopia education, entertainment, network, and support services. Basically, it's just a glorified term for I offer remote control, and then I ended up producing. It was a natural progression because people would need things, and so I would learn the ways and the means or provide it for them. Yeah, so if that kind of makes any sense. Yeah.
That's right. All right, we're talking to Robin Lynn Maven. She's a guru not only of social media, but also of the technological equipment for podcasting. We're finding that out. All right, so hold tight, everybody. We're going to have a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. All right, we're going to hear some message from Dominique Wilkins.
Are you experiencing a stage of life trauma? An everyday life experience that may distract you or shake your faith? My good books are short stories written on everyday topics like jealous friends or an abusive parent, written with an underlying message directing your thoughts to a positive and spiritual place. My good book strives to provide a positive influence for real people with real life struggles seeking hope, inspiration, and a perspective that will change how you handle your own life's journey. Read my good books to enjoy a positive and spiritual message today. Then share it with someone else who needs it.
All right, that's Book Buzz. Thank you, Dominique. All right, we're talking to Robin Lynn Maven. She currently operates an award-winning radio network on Spreaker.com and on her private network where she hosts businesses, independent artists, other ministries all over the world providing awesome support and network services. Robin Lynn is also the mother of Alton and Sarah, and they enjoy serving as in the missionary also. Robin is a proud member of the Total Victory Christian Center and is a community advocate at Family in Distress Incorporated in South Florida. Now, Robin, now your publicist told me you don't sleep. Now I can see why. You got so much stuff going on. You got 50 some stations you're talking about operating, and then you have these ministries. You got 2 kids, and you got to spend time with your family. So how many hours of sleep do you get per day? It got to be down to 30 minutes, and that's lunchtime, right?
I don't sleep, and it's a little bit longer than 30 minutes. I nap. I get me a little couple of naps in. I bob and weave several times with the chair. But no, I do get my regular rest. I take my me time, and I'm usually up early before everybody else and the last one to sleep. But I take time to spend time with God and study. I do a lot of studying, and I do the little things for myself, that I want to do, and then it just kind of keeps me strong, and then I have it to give out. That's
right.
And I really care about people, and it's amazing because people will thank me, but I thank them because it's them that gives me the opportunity because they have the ideas. It's their idea. It's their baby. And then I'd be like, well, I never know how smart I am until somebody starts asking me some questions. But it's all in them anyway. You have it all inside you anyway.
We do. Now, Robin, you remind me of this cat that I listened to on the podcast app. I forgot Darren. I forgot his last name. But anyway, he's a pretty knowledgeable guy when it comes to talking about advertising and marketing, how to grow your money on the internet. Not to limit yourself. Now, you have a lot of information. Now, a lot of those guys, they love doing those videos. I've fixed more things around the house from YouTube than anything. I saved a lot of money. You just get information, what to do, what not to do. When will we see you in front of the camera giving us step-by-step on these business opportunities that's out here, the ones that you have pretty much just specialized in? When will we see that?
I'm going to have regular content coming out beginning in March, Jerry, because
I'm so excited.
Yeah, there's a need for it, and I really can't, even as much as I'm available, I can't reach everyone and things like that, and it's like all in my head, but it needs to, the people need to see it, and so beginning in March. So, and I'll also be releasing an album a year ago. I did a sermon. I have a series called Minute with Minister Maven, and I'm teaching on the Holy Spirit. And I put one episode up on Reverb Nation and Number One Music, and it's been charting. I've been in the top 100. Wow. And so I got feedback that people are waiting for the album, and so I'm going to have an album out with that, with my teachings in by spring break. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, because because you're doing everything for everybody else. You play their music.
Yeah.
We really like to. We would like to see more of you, and that's through the information side of you.
Yeah.
I'm excited about that. I can't wait. I'm definitely a student of your work. Being new. Well, I've been at it for a while, but just returned. Mm-hmm. We all know we just celebrate our 1 year anniversary on the Jerry Royce Live brand. But
did you? And your Vibes Live, if I might add, your Vibes Live 2014 Podcaster of the Year.
Yeah. You know what? You put the icing on the cake because we were so excited to celebrate the 1 year and accomplish the goals that we had set. Because we know when you work with our people, things don't always move the speed you want things to move. But it's because all of us are still learning and trying to understand the stuff. And by you being out there as one of the leaders of all of this, and we just sitting about why. That's why I'm always pressing you about the video content, because a lot of us still don't understand a lot of this, and because you know so much, and you're just one person. That's why we're putting the pressure that we need to see video content of this stuff, because we feel like even if you were selling it on iTunes or something, it's worth it. It'd be worth every dime. Because of what your knowledge. When you gave us that award, I was sitting with my family. I said, whoa. I was just thinking about that. I said, if I could just get an award, I don't care who the award is from. I don't want to give it to myself. And then, Pops, when you give me an award, I've been carrying this company. Where's my award? And then I told my mom, I said, Mom, I just got an award. She said, what? I was like, Podcast of the Year 2014. And she said, who gave it to you? I said, this woman run this program called Vibes Live, So it was really awesome, and and of course everybody was like, well, who is she? They just wanted to know, and it was really great getting that. So we're waiting for you saw us on video. I just grabbed something. I said, hey, thanks for the award. They said, where's the award? We want the hardware. I said,
I have that coming for you very, very shortly. Just forgive me, I've just been so busy doing what I do,
Ain't no problem,
and I would like to say the reason why you were that award recipient, if I may.
Yes, absolutely.
I looked at that you were 1 year old. And so that shows your fortitude. And I looked at that overall. You were doing your promotions. You had advertising going on. You had a very unique approach to your guests and things like that. And it was very well thought out and put together. And overall in entertainment, to me, you were hitting all the marks. And so I thought that was more than deserving of acknowledgement and award. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Robin.
Yes,
we really appreciate that. That was right on time. Man, it was such a good feeling, Good feeling. Really
so deserving. I felt good. I didn't even win the award 2014, my own award. Man, how's that gonna happen? But so deserving it. And I think that, we all need to be celebrating and giving each other props where it's deserved. Yeah, because sometimes, sometimes I don't get the feedback. And I with all the listeners that I have, very seldom people leave comments and remarks and things like that. And a lot of times I really have no idea how I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so I just
sometimes you don't, and we do need a pat on the back one time. Just sometimes you need to keep you going, because sometimes, to me, it started out as a hobby. I enjoyed radio and bringing people on, just letting people get to know these people who are behind these books, these music. And one of the things my staff and I have been talking a lot about, and that's, bringing on people who are going to make a difference to our people.
Yes.
they released a MP3 or EP or LP. We want people who want to make a difference in people's lives. Now, I think that was one of the things that we expressed to you the other day. I said we're looking for game changers now. Like we love the people who have come forward, who's doing some positive things. Even people who have like disabilities and accidents that were traumatic to them, but they still out there. They changed their life, because I had a guy that was like a drug dealer that was in a really bad motorcycle accident. He still went back to the street, but later on he discovered that he's bigger than that. Even though he doesn't have the use of his limbs and everything, but he can pen, a book and make a living, and get himself off the street. So I thought that was real powerful. And I mean, I get so many stories. The ones where women were involved with domestic. I think 1 week, every guest I had on the show had some involvement with domestic abuse, domestic violence. And I was like, wow, where's God taking me? So sometimes we sit back and we say, hey, where are we going to go with this thing now? It's more than just entertainment. It's a ministry. That's why I be on that joke sometimes. I say podcast is more than a job. It's a religion, it's spiritual, because it is. People just don't know. When I'm hearing sometime, in these headphones, person may be the top of the charts on Amazon for selling books, but been back years ago, they've been battered, and they still fighting, they still trying to heal. And they use these books and music to heal themselves, and then help others heal themselves. So that's powerful. That's positive power right there, baby. Positive power. It really is. I suffered lots of trauma and brutalization in my life, and it left me, believe it or not, with a lot of limitations. And so giving that and helping people, I have a sense of purpose and accomplishment, and it's a big motivator. That hey, what, there is hope, and you can still go ahead and have a good life despite some of the awful things that we might endure, and you can all overcome. And this is what it looks like. I have a lot of people that they will say to me, well, you shouldn't say anything, especially as a minister. They will tell me, you shouldn't tell people that you've got mental illness because you want the people to accept you and receive you and blah, 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 blah. But the Word of God says, for we overcome, by the word of our testimonies and the blood of the Lamb, And then also I've heard people, they get a little, their feathers will get ruffled because of my good work. And I've had some people help me in accomplishing my good works, and I will give thanks to them, and I will tell them, God is really going to bless you because you're helping me. And they will say, well, you ain't nobody special and blah, 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 and they just don't get what I'm saying. But again, the Word of God says, let your light so shine amongst men that they may see your good works and that they may glorify our Father which art in heaven. So, so y'all can keep saying for me to not say anything, but I'm saying and I'm telling, because this is what it looks like. And people, instead of running away and turning tail and hiding, I don't need to be ashamed. If they call me crazy, yeah, I'm crazy. I went in and I served my country and something happened to me and it made me this way. But guess what? This is what it looks like. Maybe sometimes I don't have the energy and the wherewithal to do some things, and sometimes I have to fall back, and I can't always follow through and complete some things sometimes. But this is what it looks like when I stand up and I get back up and I keep on going. And people need to see that. It's okay. It's okay. We don't got to be perfect. And another word of God, this is the last one I'm going to say, I'm going to promise, but His strength is made perfect in our weakness. So that's all. Hallelujah. That's right. Hallelujah. That's right. And one of the things you said earlier, Robin, being young, you're a pretty woman, and sometimes when you're in the military, like they're around a lot of men, they prey on you, and then when you got out, the same thing. When they see you young like that, they're gonna definitely prey on you, and it's tough. That's a mental abuse right there. You didn't have that. Your family. You was away from your family, so you was out there for the world. To take advantage of you. Yeah, so I applaud you for making it this far. You have no problem about telling people that you're in your 50s now, and you're living and enjoying what you're doing and leading and guiding and teaching. That's the way to go. That's what God wants us to do. Amen.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna take another quick break, Rob. When you come back, we're gonna have to get your final thoughts. All right.
Okay. Sound good? All right. Okay.
Right. Here we go. Here's a message from Lane Cobb.
Are you ready to discover your spiritual potential? This is Lane Cobb, spiritual wellness coach and owner of Straight Talk Coaching for Women, your source for enlightened and empowered living, offering products and services to help busy women see who they really are so they can be who they really want to be. Contact us at www.straighttalkcoaching.com or call 443-756-8391 to empower your spirit and achieve your full potential.
All right, check out Lane Cobb. Check out her website. She occasionally gives online group coaching, for women who have experiencing some things that they're experiencing alone, don't have no help. Check her out. Lane Cobb is 2bs.com. All right, Robin Lynn Mabin, the production. Your final thoughts for tonight's show.
My final thoughts, Jerry, I would just really love to see everyone accomplishing all the things that they want to do. So as a man thinks, so he is. And you know what? Help one another, love one another, pray for one another, forbear one another, okay? And if you're hating, that's fine. Just get out the way. Don't get in anybody else's way. That's probably just about it. That's all. With the digital, the way that everything is going digital into the mobile platform, people can really avail themselves and utilize that. The social networking and stuff like that. I encourage everyone, no matter what your business is, you want to get connected in the social network, and it's your new word of mouth. And whether you've got a brick and mortar building, I don't care what kind of business or whatever it is that you're doing, if you don't get connected on the social media, you'll just kind of be dead in the water. And so that's just about it. Mm-hmm.
Hey, all right. We appreciate you coming on, Robin Lynn, and we're going to be looking for those videos, those informational videos coming from you soon, so people can get on board. It's a lot we need to know, and you have it all. So we appreciate, let us know when the first one is launched. All right?
I certainly will. You'll be the first one to know, Jerry. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't care. Look, I don't care if you just put your smartphone on the table and push the button and give us some information. It don't matter. Gotta be something.
I'll tell you, I'll make it easy for you. All I really be doing is pointing and clicking. You just put your finger on that mouse and you just move it around. You just point and you just click. It's amazing what happens when you do that.
I know. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the gurus of social media and radio, talk, podcasting, digital media, you name it. Robin Lynn Mabin, civil rights and social action, economic empowerment, education, health, disaster, humanitarian, poverty alleviation, and social services are things that she cares mostly about. All right, that's the end of our broadcast. I'm Jerry Royce Live, and I tell people all the time, Robin Lynn Mabin, if you want to hear the good stuff, I mean the real good stuff, you got to listen to Jerry Royce Live on Positive Power 21.org and Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on Positive Power 21.org and Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Voice Live. All right, that's a wrap.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Scott. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Iris Sandra Carter.
Hello, this is Purple Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live worldwide on internet radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. An exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron.
Getting those little brown bottles. Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Hardy, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Fighting Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to FightingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
All right. Hey, everybody. We're glad to be back. 2015. That's right, the new year. We hope everybody's doing super out there. And thank you for joining us. And again, welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live. All right. And we got a book buzz presentation for you tonight. So hold tight, everybody. This is Darlene Rucker Williams. Check her out.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
All right, that's Book Buzz. That's right, y'all. Don't forget about Book Buzz. You're trying to reach a wide audience. Man, we work hard over here at Positive Power 21 and my crew from Studio 21.2. That's right. They're in their second year with me, and I gave them 0.2. That's right. They're working hard over here. So you guys looking for some voiceovers so you can hit them hard in social media, Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, all of them that take video. This is the place to be. All right. So we did some good work for 2014. All right. Tonight on the show, we got author Philip Berrien, and his bio reads, he has a book out called The Testimony of One's True Greatness. It's available in ebook and hardcover. It's going for about $34.62 or more, depending on where you get it at on Amazon. His self-published company is called Infinity Publishing on www.buybooksontheweb.com. And his bio reads, he was born in February 1976 on the 10th, Brooklyn, New York, at Kings County Hospital. He's now residing in Georgia at the Hudson Docket Projects. He has 5 brothers and 4 sisters. He is a graduate from Kingsborough Community College. He earned his associate's art degree. And he has parents, Pastor Marion L. Berrien, and his late great departed dad, Charlie Berrien, who transitioned on to the spiritual afterlife world. He's written 20 books. His first book to be published, which he's talking about today, and that's the one that's called The Testimony of One's True Greatness. All right, let's bring him out here. We give him an opportunity to talk more about himself for the next 30 minutes. Welcome to the show, Mr. Arthur Berrien. How you doing, sir?
Hey, Mr. Ross. Thank you for having me.
Hey, my pleasure, man. We're glad to have you on the show, man. Have you here to talk about your book. But before we talk about your book, Mr. Philip, we want to know, who is the author, Philip Berrien? Who are you?
Well, I'm an author, a self-published author who had the gift in writing, and it was just bestowed upon me by God. You know, God gave me the favor. He gave me the ability, the mind to write what he wanted me to have his people to hear.
Good. So tell us a little bit about your education, man. I know you graduated from community college. Are you still furthering your education past that, or, no need, or you're moving into another direction? What's going on with the education?
Right now, I'm just trying to, focus on, pursuing my, writing, my books and just taking my whole writing to a whole new level. Sometimes from school you want to take a break to focus on, something wonderful, and I can always go back to school anytime I want, but right now I just want to focus on getting the word out to hurting people out there.
Right. So what did you major in college?
When I was in college, I took up liberal arts, and liberal arts is actually it's actually when you go to college and, you try to find, courses that you can take, and one thing about college is like the real world. You have to really, really explore your options so you try to figure out what you're good at.
Yeah, that's right. So tell us, man, did you have a nice New Year's, man? How did you and the family bring in the New Year's, or you found yourself penning the next book?
Well, we went to church, we prayed, we asked, the good Lord to, make sure everyone has, wonderful New Year's, make sure we're all on the same page, make sure we have a positive outlook on life, and forget about the negativity. The negativity is unhealthy.
That's right. Good. Now, you mentioned, you guys lost a very important person in your family, which was Mr. Charlie Berrien. How big was that? Losing your dad. What kind of impact did that make?
Well, it was really, really big though, because my father, he was a hard-working man, and one thing he believed in providing for his family, and he was a hard worker, and we was living in the World houses, and my father has a great testimony. As a matter of fact, I wrote a book that's actually dedicated to him, which is called The Embodiment of the Ugly Ant, which is already written, so I don't know when it's going to be released yet, and it really, really talks about the signification of a fatherhood. So when you think about an ant actually provides for his own kind. So my father, he was actually the environment of that, and because he believed in hard work and he believed in bringing food on the table. He also believed in putting family first. And you don't really find so many, father figures, out there like that. And, when I lost my father in 2007, it really, broke me down because, it's like, when you have a father who really teaches you the most important necessity about being a man and taking responsibility, you kind of lose that. Because I remember when my father, we used to, watch, our favorite program back in the day was actually Dragon Ball Z, and we used to watch it late at night. And he was a huge basketball fan. He used to like the Chicago Bulls, and then when Michael Jordan stopped playing, his favorite team was the San Antonio Spurs. And every time the team wound up losing, my father would have that look on his face and say, "Come on, man, give me some better than that." He was so energizing that I couldn't help but be around that, and I miss that so much.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that, man, of your loss, man. So how's the family pulling it together right now? I see are you writing more since your dad passed? I mean, is that something you're doing now to keep his memory alive, or what's going on with that?
Well, like I said again, I've already written 20 books already with my first one, The Testimony Agreement, being published, and like I said again, Mr. Ross, I like to stay occupied. I like to like when you're writing, you want to try to write about the positive things, like what makes you feel good, what makes you feel happy, what makes you feel rejuvenated. That way you can take what you've learned to pass on to other people. That's if they're willing to listen.
It's right. Now, I understand your mom is a pastor. So what's your position in the church, and what's your denomination, if you don't mind sharing that?
Well, we're Pentecostal.
Mm-hmm. And is your mom the senior pastor of the church, or is she a associate pastor?
She's actually a co-pastor, and the name of our church is called Evangelistic Kingdom of Love, and the pastor that's resigning there, his name is Bishop Alfonso Johnson. So my mother, she's actually working with him. Okay, good. And what's your position with the church? Well, I'm just just a regular member who like to give testimony and great things of what God is doing for not only me but for other people. Yeah. All right. Now, your book is titled Testimonies of One's True Greatness. If someone asks you right now, off the whim, what's your greatest testimony to share God's greatest, God's greatness, something you have seen in your life that you like to share to help a person believe? Well, like I said again, I was born with a congenital deformity, and it's actually dealing with the different genetics. I was born with 4 fingers and 5 toes, and for me to be in this condition that I am, because I know the doctor had said I wasn't going to walk or talk, but God had other plans, and I had 8 operations, and I survived them all, and like I said again, Mr. Rose, it's just a blessing to have, God to take an individual who wasn't supposed to be in this predicament to show him that, his power is greater than the naysayers. That's right. That is true. So is that something that we'll find in your book? Your walk with God, or you sharing other experiences of other people, other testimonies that you hear? Tell us, we know, right now we're hearing from you how great God has been to bless you to be able to overcome your disabilities. What other things can you share that's been your walk with God? Well, graduating from elementary school, graduating from junior high school, graduating from high school. I was on honor roll for 4 years, graduated with a high school diploma, going to Kingsborough Community College, earning my, degree in arts and sciences. And, I've been through, as I say, a long, road, but it was worth going through it because in order for you to get to the success, you have to kind of deal with the bitterness. And, I was the type of person who really never gave up on myself because I was like a go-getter. I mean, no one couldn't stop me, and I was like one of those trains. Like you step in front of a train, you're going to get run over. That's right. That's right. Now, how about friends? You have a lot of friends. Do you socialize, or you just exclusively on the internet? What's going on with that? Well, me, Mr. Ross, I'm usually, to myself, though, because, you have a lot of, people out there who, is not really like on your level because, you see them doing the same, crazy stuff. And, that's not my cup of tea.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right. Yeah, you got to stay away from that. But best friend, you got a best friend?
Well, I don't really have a best friend. I just love everybody the same. Yeah, I understand. Now, growing up, your brothers. Now you have siblings. Now a lot of people, they kind of struggle with the siblings when they're young. You at each other all the time. But when you grow older, you tend to get a little closer. Sometimes they tend to be, your friends, your closest friends. Are you close with your siblings? I'm close with everybody, Mr. Rush. We're one of the happy family. We're saved. We read the Word of God. We minister to one another, and we're just one of those family that has it going on. I mean, that's just the way it is, and it's a blessing.
That's right. That sounds good, man. All right, man. We're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna get an earful from Helen McMillan of her business on Book Buzz. So hold tight, everybody, for another episode of Book Buzz, and we're talking to Philip Berrien, and he is the author of Testimony of One's True Greatness. And it's available in ebook and hardback and Infinity Publishing, his very own company, and he's at www.buybooksontheweb.com. So hold tight for this episode of Book Buzz.
What's stopping you from making more, having more, and being more? Hi, I'm Helen McMillan. I'm a success coach. I can help you shift into your $1 million zone of joyful success. Be your most magnetic, confident, and powerful self. The first step is to get my free ebook, 7 Simple Ways to Shift into Your $1 Million Zone. Go to www.yourmilliondollarzone.com and download it now.
All right, check out Helen McMillan at helenmcmillan.com. All right, we're talking to Philip Berrien. He's the author of Testimony of One's True Greatness. He's also a poet, one of his God-given talent. Tell us a little bit about that, Philip. I see you've been involved with many contests, online, offline, and a winner of many. So tell us about that achievement.
Well, when I was in college, I used to write poetry a lot because, when God gives you a gift, you want to make sure that gift is actually prophetic, is actually, expanded throughout the world. And I remember a friend of mine was telling me, he said that, Philip, you have so much, great talent. You should try to enter in, contests. And I didn't really thought that my work was already good, Mr. Ross, because when I used to write, I call my writing freestyle. You just write what you feel. And I said to myself, since, people is actually, loving my work, let me try to enter in the contest to see how good my work is valuable. And I remember when I had participated in the Poetry.com contest, and, I kind of looked it up. And I had submitted the, I think it was the first poem, I forgot what it was. And they actually sent me the Editor's Choice Award from 2005. So when I looked at that Editor's Choice Award, I said to myself, maybe this is something that the judges is really, really, feeling. So that kind of gave me the key to unlock, one door. So I said to myself, since I got an Editor's Choice Award, let me try and get another one. So I participated in another one, which is in 2007. I received another Editor's Choice Award. And I said to myself, God, you're really, really giving me, favor with these judges. Something, Mr. Ross, I also want to touch on this too. I used to say this old expression, you can become a great writer, but not so many writers get awards and recognitions. And the reason why I say this is because great as William Shakespeare and Edgar Allan Poe was, if they was here, they'll be able to receive the accolades in which they deserve. But, my mother used to use this old cliche. She said that you really can't give individual flowers while they're dead. You have to give them to them while they're alive. And if they were both here right now, they'll be able to receive the awards that were named after them.
That's right. Yeah, because they are great men, man. They have left some good work behind, man. No doubt. Edgar Allan Poe. He's a resident of area I grew up in, man, Baltimore City, man. All right, man. So are you in a position tonight to share one of your pieces?
Sure. As a matter of fact, I have one, which is called "They Call Me a Nomad." That's actually the poem in which I won the award for. That was in Famous for Society. Out of 7,000 entries, they loved the poem so much that they gave me an award for it, and I also received a certificate of excellence.
Good. All right. Are you ready?
Yes.
Tell you what, we'll read that after this quick break, okay? So we'll take this break. All right, one moment. Hi, are you making a strong impression on Facebook and Twitter by just sending out your book covers every day? Well, the holidays are soon approaching. If you really want to wow them, if you really want to excite people about your book, contact my office on Facebook and inbox me and find out about Media Buzz TV and Book Buzz. It's a Jerry Royce Live Web Vision. Take care. All right, we're talking to Philip Burriam, author of Testimonies of One's True Greatness. And he's in position right now to share one of his poems because he's a winner of many awards in poetry. So you ready, Philip?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, ready when you are.
Now, this poem right here is called They Call Me a Nomad. And before I read this poem to the listeners, I just want to explain to them what a nomad is. Nomad is a group of people who actually, traveled the road, and when they travel to certain places, they wind up coming up against different obstacles and adversities. And this reminds me so much of the children of Israel in the Biblical Testament, about how, they used to go up against, other armies, but with God's, guidance and help, they was able to conquer. So this poem right here, it really, really influenced me, and it's called They Call Me a Nomad. I'm just going to read a little bit of it to you.
Okay.
It says, they said I am a nomad, but today I can surely say that I am so happy and joyfully glad. People have said to me that I will never at all make it, only because they just couldn't take it. They want to point fingers and blame me. But growing up as God's child, I had to be patient and endure. I have taken the stairs, heard the laughs and the eyes, and even had to replace these old worn-out shoes. I may not stand tall because of my height, but I would love to tell all of the naysayers as well as the harsh critics something right here as well as right now, that God's love and anointing has been bestowed on my life, that once more again, I can surely show people time and time again that I too can reach the stars any day or night.
Love it, man. That was awesome. Awesome. Nomad. Wow. All right, man. We ready to talk about your book, man. One True Greatness. Now, can we find poetry in this book, or you keep that separate?
Well, actually, it's a combination of poetry and short stories, because just to let the readers know what the book is about. What the Testimony of Greatness is about, Mr. Ross, it's actually a book that's actually dedicated to people who've actually gone through some triumphs in their life and still need a way out of it. And we see what's going on now, with the protesting and the economy and stuff that people just don't have no clue about what's going on. And I really wanted to let the listeners know out there that God is still in the midst about everything, but you really, really have to trust him, because when it's all said and done, he's the one that we're going to need towards the end, because we're living in the dangerous times, Mr. Ross, and everywhere you look around, you see this person getting killed, you see beheadings, you see sickness that even doctors even have no cure for. And I just really, really felt that the Testimony of One's True Greatness is actually the theme and the anthem of today's times, because the people are tired of the do's and the don'ts. They're tired of the wants and the wants. They're also tired of the talking without any action. And they're looking for game changers. They're looking for solutions. They're looking for someone that can really let them know that, you've been in the darkness too long. Now it's time to come into the light, because we're still in the wilderness of depression, aggravation, whatever the case may be. And, it's just time for us to start, reaching towards 11, which God, wants us to be in. And I really believe that this book, though, which I've written, is so important, though, because, it really, really deals with things that people don't even know how to overcome. But once they get a chance to read the stories, they say, you know what? what Philip was talking about in his book is really, really resonating with me. It's really letting me know that there is hope for me. I can achieve. I can overcome. Because, some of the stories, here's one important thing, too. I love Steve Harvey, and I watch him a lot. And he has said something interesting, which continues to resonate in my spirit. He said that you really, really cannot have a testimony without having a test. And you have to go, and I've always said this to a lot of people, you have to go through the pain to get to the healing. It's a process.
It's true. It's true. It's deep, man. Now, before, what made you decide on this title? I know a lot of times people come up with several titles before they decide this is the one. What made you decide on this title? Testimony about your greatness.
Well, when I was at my computer, writing, the Lord had wanted me to come up with this title because, as I was saying earlier about how you have to have a test or to have a testimony. And, Mr. Ross, I'm sure you've seen a lot of stuff that go on, not only in your neighborhood, but around the world about how people is really going through some stuff. If they're not going through molestation, if they're not going through the drugs, the abuse, the abandonment, you're going through something. And, and one thing a friend of mine was telling me, Mr. Mike Foster, give a shout out to him. He had said that when you're going through something, you don't stay there. And that's the key word, going through. You come out of it.
That's right. That's true. Now, Philip, do you work full time?
No, the economy is so bad. So I'm just, just doing what I'm doing, just writing books.
Yeah, just working on your own business, right? Now, you're the owner. Yeah. You're the primary owner of Infinity Publishing Company, correct?
Well, actually, that's the company in which helped me, do this book. Because when you're writing, books, man, you really have to look for a self-publishing company that's really, really going to see the vision as you see it. Like, you don't want to get with a company that's going to take, advantage of you and try to, take that doesn't belong to them. So you really have to be careful about some of the publishing companies which you come in contact with. That's why I do research. I never sign with anybody unless I go to YouTube to look them out, or I go to Google to see, what they have to offer me. So important to do research.
Oh, okay. So Infinity actually assists self-publishers with their projects? Is that what they do?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And one thing I love about Infinity is that, they do all of their books in-house. It's not printed out house. And they have, I think they're the first one, the leading self-publishing companies that actually have all of the material that's done digital.
Oh, cool. Now,
and nowadays. Yeah, what's that?
I'm sorry. Now, you said your book is available in ebook now. Now, the price of your book is a little steep there. I've seen some places where it's being priced around $37, $39, if someone is trying to sell it for you, and then they had it priced at one time at $39.56 as a paperback. How much could a person get your book for as a ebook?
Okay, well, for ebook, the ebook is actually me and my company has set the price. So the ebook is actually $9.95, so about $10.
Oh, okay, that's not bad. $9.95. Because I know sometimes, I was in the business for a long time helping self-publishers, and I know sometimes the printers do hit you pretty heavy at the press because, you guys don't print a lot of books. The unit costs, tend to be a little higher per book than, when you print the larger volumes out, like, 5,000, whatever, because you guys don't move a lot of books. But now since ebooks are out, you find that to be a little bit more convenient for your fans, give them an opportunity to read your material before deciding to purchase a hardback. Because people do like to own a hardback. Yeah. So you like that opportunity?
Definitely. Oh, yes, sir. Yes. Like I said again, wherever I can spread the word to the people, let them do what they can do.
That's right. All right, man, we're going to take our quick break, man. We're up to the top of the hour, and we're going to take another break with Book Buzz with Ramon Marquise out of Miami Beach and MF Cripps out of Puerto Rico. Hold tight. 60-second break.
Everyone loves a good journey, whether by boat, car, or plane. But have you ever been on a journey that was highly enjoyable and you never had to go anywhere? With Ditch 69, the Crimson Edition does just that. 20 scintillating real-life escapades that would take you to places you had no idea you could go. www.thekeysbox.com is where you can enjoy this journey. That's www.thekeysbox.com.
Do you wish you could rock a short Caesar haircut? Come take the journey and read the novelette, My Intimate Journey with Caesar, by M.S. Crest. This novelette carries a young woman's life journey, toils, and an intimate connection to her Caesar. You will feel excitement, pleasure, pain, and ultimately shock as you follow the journey at www.mscrest.com. MSKREPS.com.
All right, y'all. 2015 is here right now. We're in January. It's cold out there. We got football going on. We got basketball going on. There's a lot to do on the inside, and a lot of us are out there still spending money after the holiday. All right, well, it's time for you to spend a little bit of money on my man Philip Bryan. His book, Testimonial of One's True Greatness, is on sale at hardback. Some places you can get it for $34, some places $31. So check out Amazon. All right. And that's a good-looking cover, man. I know my boys were telling me that, you spent some time with that poster. Tell us about the artwork, man. Who worked on your artwork for you?
Well, when I was actually, doing the book, the Lord had told me, he said he wanted me to have a cover that was going to bring the readers in, because, you've already seen, never judge a book by its cover, but if the cover ain't attractive, 9 out of 10 people ain't going to buy it. So what I did was, when I was working on the book, the first thing the Lord had said, he wanted me to look for an angel. So I went to this website, what's called dickstockphotos.com, and I typed in the, angel. And the angel what you're looking at, it's a female. And you don't actually see her face. You actually see her, facing towards the sun. And when I looked at the photo, I said to myself, there's something about this photo that not only is it attractive, but it's actually a message which is actually being portrayed, through the image. So I said to myself, let me take this image though, because it for some reason it was actually resonating in my spirit. So when I got with Infinity, I said, we're going to use this poster, this cover, because the cover is actually speaking to a lot of hurting people. And if you look at the globe, Mr. Ross, the globe is actually God's glory, where God is actually sending a message through his messenger, was the angel, by letting them know that, I'm still the same God, which I've changed not. And if you look at the cover very, very good, closely, you see that the angels is actually delivering the message, actually walking back to glory. So I wanted to choose an image that was really, really going to be not only attractive, but was going to be beneficial to let readers know that, this book right here is really, really a book that should really, really be looked at very, very seriously, because it's what's in the message. So that's actually what the cover represents. It represents God's glory.
That's right. That is awesome, man. So you said you went to a company to do your artwork for you?
Yes, yeah. Well, what I did was when I talked to Infinity Publishing, they have access to some of these websites. So what I did was I actually emailed them the cover. I said, this is what we want, and the rest is history.
Yeah, awesome. Now, do you have a street team helping you out? How are you guys marketing your book? I know you contacting radio shows. Cause I know my guy said you had you had a show that you was supposed to be uploading to us that was on YouTube that you was waiting to hear from, and then you were coming here to Positive Power. What other means of marketing are you using?
Well, so Mr. Ross, and I'm happy you asked that question. The thing is that, when the Lord tells me to do something, I don't usually question his authority. I let the Spirit have his way. So the Lord has spoken to my spirit. He said, let the book actually market itself, because whenever I show people the book cover, they can't help but to look at it. And sometimes, you really, really have to let the product, speak for itself.
That's right. That's true. All right. So you enjoying being an author and a poet? You having a good time with it? You having fun?
Oh, I love it, Mr. Ross. It reminds me of a kid in the candy store taking all the candy you want, you have to pay for it.
That's right. That's right. Now, tell us a little bit about your poster, man. I mean, is the poster out there? Can people get it? Can they? I mean, is it at the church? Is it in daycare? Where can they find your poster? I know you was pretty excited about your poster because you got your medals on there. You know, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, like I said again, the poster can actually be found on my Facebook page and also on my Twitter page. So some of the social networks I'm on. That's mainly it.
Yeah. Oh, so you're just using it just to post it out there in social media?
Social media, Mr. Ross, because I remember back in the day, in order for your product to get out, man, before the internet was ever existed, you had radio, you had newspaper, and you had people on the street. And now since we live in the world of modern technology, I mean, you can put a hit song out there, people know just by going on the internet and looking it up. So it shows you that we went from the Flintstones age to the Jetsons age.
That's right. Now, people can find you a lot of places on the internet. Can you give us some of them where they can find you and find your bio? We already know you're at Amazon, but can they find you at other places like Barnes and Noble?
Sure,
yes. Like that.
Yes, matter of fact, I am on Barnes and Nobles. I'm also on Books A Million, and I'm also on this other website. I think they're located in Canada somewhere. I think it's called. I'm not quite familiar with the name off my head, but I know it's over in Canada.
Okay. All right. So the Canadians got an opportunity to grab your book. Now your book is almost 300 pages. And you said it's filled with short stories and testimonies. Now, you mind sharing one of the testimonies in the book or a short story? Some pieces of it?
Okay, matter of fact, I have one, and this is dedicated to my grandmother, who I miss dearly. She made that transition too. So, if I can pull it up real quick. And her name was Rosie Howard.
Mm.
There's something about grandmothers, Mr. Ross, man. You can sit in front of him and listen and hear him tell stories, and it makes you don't want to leave.
Yeah, my grandmother, she don't keep us on the phone that long. you gotta go see her to get a good story out of her. She's a woman of not too many words.
Yes. But this right here was dedicated to like I said again, I have some stories actually dedicated to grandmothers too. Grandmothers, they were like the cornerstone of the family. They believed in praying and keeping you protected.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I can find this one for you.
While you're locating that, I just remind everybody that you can find us at Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. We appreciate everybody who's been following us, because that's important to podcasters, because the more people follow you, the greater the numbers are. Of course, our website has been doing tremendous. It's at a point now where we need to upgrade our security, because I was contacted by our security guy. He said we definitely got to lift our security because of the amount of traffic coming to the site. So that's simply awesome. So we appreciate you guys coming out checking us out at positivepower21.org. And we're listening to Philip Burrion. He's our guest tonight. His book is called Testimonial of One's True Greatness. It's available in hardcover. It was just released in April 2014. So let's support that brother. All right, man, you ready?
Okay. Now this one right here, I want to dedicate it to all of the grandmothers that's out there.
Okay.
Okay, it says, the title of this poem is called Grandmama. And it says, there was a little old lady whom we all loved and called Grandma. Grandma was so anointed by God that the hands that she was blessed with could touch and bring anything to life. Grandmama was so full of the Holy Ghost that she would wake up on a beautiful Sunday morning worshiping and playing her famous tambourine. She was so wise and a praying mother that she turned many nightmares into many blessed dreams. Grandma was so lovable and sweet that she baked me one of her homemade apple pies. Then she smiled and looked directly at me and said, "Baby, I ain't going nowhere because of God's favor and grace. He promised to keep me well and alive." And that's called Grandma.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. All right. That's right. I love the grandmas. I was glad I was able to call mine today. Wish her a Happy New Year, because our phones stay busy. Grandma still doesn't have a two-way yet. That's right. All right, man. And we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get the final thoughts of the author of Testimony of One's True Greatness, Philip Burrian. We really appreciate him being on the show, and we're going to get his final thoughts to our audience. Definitely run out there and get his book. It's out there on Barnes & Noble. It's on Amazon.com. And that's Philip Burrian. That's Berrian. And hopefully you can click the link that's on our splash page with Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. All right, hold tight for an episode of Book Buzz from Lane Cobb. All right.
Are you ready to discover your spiritual potential? This is Lane Cobb, spiritual wellness coach and owner of Straight Talk Coaching for Women, your source for enlightened and empowered living, offering products and services to help busy women see who they really are so they can be who they really want to be. Contact us at www.straighttalkcoaching.com or call 443-756-8391 to empower your spirit and achieve your full potential.
All right. Thank you, Lane Cobb. She's been with us for a while now. All right. We appreciate the support. Again, you guys looking for some exposure for your products, your MP3s, the performers. You guys got shows coming up. Just remember, we worldwide now. Everybody's tuning in to Jerry Royce Live worldwide. So let's come on board. You can inbox us. Brandon will be in contact with you. We're still looking for guests, spoken word artists, gospel performers, you name it. All right? Okay, we're talking to Philip Burrian, and he's going to leave us with his final thoughts. Your final thoughts, sir?
Yes. Well, Mr. Ross, I want all of your listeners out there in YouTube land to listen to me, very carefully, because this is very, very important. I want the whole nation to hear this. Okay. Knowing that we're living in the last and evil days, and no one don't really know what the outcome is going to be. But I want everybody to, just know that God is still in the midst of everything that we go through. Just know that he's there to deliver you out of every situation that you're in. And I want everybody to know that, you can't do anything on your own, not unless God is in the midst. And I also want to leave this with your audience too, Mr. Ross, and it's very, very important. And I actually talk about this in my book. I want to leave with your audience the 3 Ds for them to think about. The 3 Ds I want to talk about is called dreams, deliverance, defense. If they have those 3 elements, then whatever they want to do in life, they'll be able to accomplish it. Because, you need a dream, you need a deliverer, and you need someone to defend you. And that's something that we all need.
That's right, man. That's deep. Man, we really appreciate you coming on the show, man. Staying in contact with us. I know we was on vacation. We made it a little hard for everybody to get in contact with us, but we appreciate you. Everybody out there was, still sticking with us. We got a good group for this week. The promotions will be back up to speed again because the brother definitely needed some rest because we was grinding hard in 2014 trying to make this thing happen. All right, so sometimes you need to do what you got to do so you know what direction you're going in. Because sometimes we just don't know. God is trying to point us in the right direction, and sometimes we just, we being intercepted or, we just not listening. Or our eyes are closed and our ears are closed. But we appreciate you, man, coming on the show, sharing your testimony, your poetry, your everything, man. So we wish you the best. We hope everybody go out there and support you. And you let us know you need anything. We're going to be pushing the show. We hope you do so, too, because it's a two-way street in this business, right? Marketing and promotions. That's right, big thing. People still trying to understand this internet thing, but, there's some people out there think they got their finger on it. All right. And Philip, I tell people all the time, man, all through 2014, I said, if you want to hear the good stuff, I mean the really good stuff, you need to listen to Positive Power 21.org and Spreaker, Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. Take care, everybody, and thanks for being on the show tonight, bro. Take care of yourself.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on Positive Power 21.org and Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions, and when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce Live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
This is Jaron Power, the author of Power of Change, and you're listening to Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Bill Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Fighting Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to FightingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live. All right, tonight, Book Buzz sponsor for this big show tonight is Darlene Rucker Williams. That's right, Darlene's been a big sponsor, and we really appreciate her. So let's listen to this presentation from Darlene Rucker Williams.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com. And our phone number is 443-682-5664.
All right, that's Darlene Rucker Williams with StylishandStellarGifts.com. Check out. For those that, you can't think of anything to get them, a gift basket is always a good idea. All right. Tonight we're talking to Jaron Power, the author of The Power of Change. His website is www.jaronpower.com. And his bio reads, Jaron Power is one of the most gifted rising stars in America. He comes from very humble beginnings. Jaron today is a successful inspirational speaker, life coach, ordained minister, and IT consultant. He believes his purpose in life is to identify problematic situations and provide life-changing solutions to all in need. His life is firmly grounded on the Word of God and the philosophy that when preparation meets opportunity, success is inevitable. Jaron, whose life mission is to provide practical tools for living an extraordinary, godly, and productive lifestyle, is also a loving husband who holds his beautiful wife and children in high regard. His family is one of the driving forces to achieve success in everything he does. To understand change, we must seek after the things that will help us to change. In life, we often want to do better, but we don't know how to do better. The way we get to the better is to understand change. In this book, you will discover principles and basic applications to produce change in your life. You will learn that to get to your desired results, direction is needed. This book will help you remove the clutter from your life and allow you to realize the importance of change so you can be productive and start living life to the fullest. A life free of the things that restrict and bind us. Are you ready for the power of change? Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Jaron Power, author of The Power of Change. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thanks for having me on. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, Jaron. And the first question, man, is who is Jaron Power?
Wow, that is a loaded question. I'm actually I'm actually a kid from Brooklyn, New York. I'm first generation American. My family's from Trinidad and Tobago. When I was younger, I moved from the East Coast to the West Coast, which is why I ended up in California, and I've pretty much been here ever since.
Right.
So it's kind of interesting being the first generation of something, because one move from one outcome, one move changed pretty much the course of my life without me even realizing it. If my parents would have stayed in Trinidad, I could say my life would be profoundly different, seeing that it's a third world country and everything. So the fact that I was born in New York, and then my father had a business opportunity in California, which brought us to California, and all those life changes and everything like that brought me to where I am here today.
Wow. The East Coast to the West Coast.
Exactly.
So I bet that was a serious change for the mind.
You know what? It was, because the biggest challenge I learned was that I had a street fight mentality living in New York and Brooklyn. So coming out here, it was a different mindset, because, when you're in New York, you all of a sudden, if you don't disagree, you basically get the fist up and start throwing blows. Mm-hmm. And so when I first moved out here, when I disagreed with one of the kids in the block, the first thing I was doing was punch him in the face. So it took quite a while to adjust to that, where even my parents were so used to it. When their parents would come, oh, your kid punched my kid, my parents were like, okay, and your point is what? So being in that mindset, I had to learn to grow out of that and change different mindsets and different ways, and understanding the environment I'm in now, and then growing into that environment, and then basically not being a product of the environment, but allowing the environment to somewhat shape and mold me to a degree.
Wow. That's deep, man. So when you moved out there, what grade were you in?
I was actually, I think, in first grade.
Okay, that was early.
So, it was early in my life. So I learned that I have a couple people that lived in Brooklyn, New York all their life, and I learned most people don't want to leave when they're there. once they move out of there, they don't want to go back. So it's kind of funny. Like, you know, as an adult, it's weird going back to where you were born, especially, you know, because I don't go there often. And I used to live there. I used to walk. I remember skating down the street. I used to be a big, you know, roller skater. I remember skating down the street when I was, you know, this age, and being able to walk my kid and say, hey, this is where your dad was born, right over here, in this apartment over here, in this apartment complex. So it's quite an interesting experience going back every now. It's kind of like nostalgic in a way, realizing that, you know, this was me, and this is what I was from, this is my life and all that stuff. And then going back to Trinidad every now and then. Well, I haven't gone there in many years, but just to be able to go back and trace back my roots to that, it's an interesting reality check in terms of how one move can make such a difference in your life.
Mm-hmm. And it's deep. Where are your grandparents? Where are they?
Most of my parents, grandparents are still. Well, my grandmother moved to New York, so she's in New York. Mm-hmm. My grandfather passed away about a decade ago. And then on my other side, a lot of my grandparents, they're still in Trinidad or Barbados and that region. So they're still out there.
Oh, okay. So you have the pleasure to see them, you know, sometime?
You know what? I see them every couple of years. I don't make too much of a trip often to go out to Trinidad. Usually I have more family members that go than I do. More so just, you know, time and effortness and just kind of losing touch a little. So mainly because I'm more closer to my mom's side than my dad's side, and most of my mom's side is in New York. So, you know, going back to Trinidad, I'm now getting the aspect of, okay, I need to go back there to see my dad's side more. So,
yeah, I know, man. The island life, man. Gotta love it. Yeah.
It's a trip. I still remember when I was young, my mom left me in Trinidad for a year.
Oh, really?
Wow. Yeah, it was actually a trip. I didn't even know she was leaving me. She just kind of left me. I actually remember it. I was like, where are you going? She said, I'd be right back. And I ended up living there for a year. So when I came back to the States, I had this strong accent. And no one would talk to me because they couldn't understand my accent.
Wow.
And so they were like, I'm right here. And they would talk to my mom all the time. I'm like, you know, you can ask me, right? And so it was kind of interesting.
How old were you then when that happened?
I was around the same age, around 5 or so. 5, 6.
Yeah.
There's certain things you remember when you're a kid, and that's one of the things I remember.
Yeah, I bet you remember that one. Like, where my mother at? She went back
exactly.
home. Like, well, I'm going to get there.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like, you know, I was kind of like go with the flow, so I just lived out there with my grandmother for a year. And it was kind of interesting. It was a good experience for me. You know, even to this day, I still think about stuff like that. You know, and it's important to remember, like, the life, I would say trials, but life experiences that you have, it kind of helps to mold you and shape you to a lot of ways, good or bad.
That's right. That's true. Because, you know, my grandmother lived in New York, Long Island all her life, and there's a lot of people from Trinidad and other parts of some of the bigger islands live there. They love Long Island for some reason. Love it. Yeah. Well, I guess because a lot of the females study nursing, and they have a lot of elder care in Long Island.
Exactly. Same where I have a lot of family that's in nursing as well, and so it's an interesting concept. It's just, you know, I'm actually, through the power of Facebook, I've actually reconnected with a lot of cousins and stuff like that. So we keep in touch with Facebook a lot, which has been like a great tool for, you know, keeping in touch with aunts and cousins and all that stuff. People I haven't talked to in years. I'm like, hey, you know, we got to get in touch. So, you know,
that's right.
It's been a real good thing. So a lot of them still in the Brooklyn area or within the East Coast still. I think me and like 1 or 2 other people ventured out to the West Coast, and we're still out here. So
good. Yeah, man. Same here, man. Connect with, you know, aunts and uncles. You know, you don't see them all the time. Sometimes you don't even see them during the winter holidays, but during the summer, when somebody decides to give a big cookout, you know, you get a chance to see everybody. But you never get a chance to really sit down and really see how they doing, you know. But the Facebook is awesome, man, on many different levels.
It sure is.
Yeah.
And so I joke around because, you know, out in California, we get all 4 seasons. You know, compared to New York, it's like cold and it's snowing, and I'm like, wow, it's nice and sunny out here. I don't know what to tell you guys. So
I know. Tell everybody. All right, now you went to school in California. What part of California you said you're living in?
I live in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Okay. So is that where you guys grew up at? Is that where you grew up at?
Yeah, pretty much. I grew up in San Jose, which is about 35, 40 minutes from San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yes, I've been there. I was there pretty much most of my life, and then I moved out like about half hour from San Jose area. So if you're familiar with the new Snyder Stadium, I used to live about like within 10 minutes from there.
Oh, okay. So, and how about siblings? You have siblings?
Yeah, I have a brother that's about an older brother. One lives in California as well, and I have another older brother who lives in Trinidad still.
Oh, wow. So he went home. He went back.
He's always been there. He never left.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what happened? You stayed with you stayed with your grandparents? Is that what happened?
He stayed. Well, he's my half brother, so he stayed with his mom. And then when my father and my mom moved out here, then he stayed there, and then he's been just basically made a life out there.
Oh, wow.
So that's why that's why I started my brother out in Trinidad. And then, it's always challenging for visa issues, so we don't, he has a hard time coming out here.
Oh, okay. Well, does he communicate through Facebook as well?
We don't talk much through Facebook. We only talk, if we talk, it's mostly on the phone. But we're more like distant brothers. So
yeah, I understand.
We're like, we talk once in a while. And so mainly because, I was always a little kid when he was growing up, so it's always challenging when you don't have your siblings like close to you every day. You don't really understand the power. And then when I was growing up, there was no Facebook and there was no cell phone. It was just one number, your rotary phone or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So we just basically, kept in contact on there when my mom would call. So he's a distant brother who I still think about.
Yeah, that's
and
right,
still
man.
send stuff when we can. We send him stuff when we can because and then we keep contact that way. So.
Yeah, awesome, man. Awesome. That's the blood. That's right.
Yeah.
Now, how was schooling for you in California, man? Like, what was high school like for you?
You know what? High school was very challenging for me because I think in my freshman year, my parents went through a divorce.
Oh, wow.
And so literally when I went to my freshman year in high school, my parents went through a divorce, my mom met someone else, and then I moved way out in the middle of nowhere.
Hmm.
And then I stayed there for a period of time, and then he commuted like 2.5 hours one way a day. So basically like a 5-hour commute he did a day.
For your dad?
My stepfather at the time.
Oh, okay. Oh, your stepfather, okay.
When my parents divorced, my dad stayed in San Jose, and I went with my mom which is about 1 hour and 45 to 2 hours away from where my dad lived. And at the time, my mom actually gave me the choice. She was like, you can either go with me or you can stay here with your dad. And I don't know what it is about moms, but I think I remember back then I chose in my head my mom could take care of me better at the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was my choice.
You thought your mom could?
I thought my mom could take care of me at the time. And so that actually caused a rift between me and my father. But, so I moved out there, and then my mom remarried, and then he was commuting like basically 2.5 hours one way a day. So I stayed at one high school for about a year, and then he was like, I'm tired of this commute. I want to move closer. Then I moved to another high school in my sophomore year. So basically by my sophomore year, I was in my third high school.
Wow.
And then by the end of my sophomore year. And so my junior year came, I started playing football and getting into sports and all that stuff. And then my stepfather had a graduate to move to Georgia. And so I was like, I am done moving. I do not want to move no more. You guys can go. I'd rather stay here than move again to across country. So I ended up living with a friend for my junior and senior year with the plan of moving to Georgia at the end of my football season for my senior year. I played football, and I finally made it productive on the team. And so my goal was either to move to Georgia at the end of my football season, which was around Christmas time, or after I graduated.
Right.
So I actually went to Georgia around the Christmas time, and I was really awestruck with all the beautiful women out in Georgia, being 16, 17 at the time. I'm like, okay, well, there's a beautiful woman out here. I'm going to move out there. And I decided to move out there. However, what happened was I turned on the news one day, and I found out that some kid got shot in the head at a high school, Redmond High School in Georgia. And I asked my mom, what high school am I going to? And she said, you be going to Redmond High School. And I said, okay, I'm going right back to California. So I ended up moving back to California. I was like, and then it was something about California that kept me here because every time I wanted to go to Georgia, it didn't happen. So I kind of gave up on it. And so I just stayed in California. And then I was never really good in school. I just did enough to get by, which is kind of ironic now, considering now I read so much and I'm into books and all that stuff. Compared to back then, I hated reading. I hated doing schoolwork. And, you know, I don't know if I was rebelling or I didn't even care for school or I didn't get it, but it just wasn't into it. So I did enough just to graduate. After I graduated, I actually moved back to the Bay Area because I lived out in the Valley for a while. And then I basically just lived on my own. I had roommates.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, so I stayed with my father. He lived in the Bay Area for about 6 to 8 months. Maybe 6 to 8 months, and I moved out, and I ended up staying on my own. So I've pretty much been on my own since I was like 18, 19.
Wow. So he had a job and everything and paid rent?
I had 2 jobs, and I was going to school part-time and paying rent.
Wow. 18.
So at 18, 19, I was doing that. And I was killing myself without realizing I was killing myself. And so I was working basically not a dead-end job. I was working at FedEx, and I was going to school, and I was working at a camera company, those photo shops in the mall, because I needed to make enough money just to get by. I stopped going to school because I couldn't do all 3 because I was burning myself out. And then I started going to church a couple of times, and I actually met a guy, and he said basically, you know, I can get you in a new field if you're willing to drive an hour and a half every weekend to come see me. And so I didn't believe him. Like, you know, I'm like, okay, so let me get this right. I'm going to drive your house. You're going to teach me this stuff, and I'm going to have a better career. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I'll believe it when I see it. So my friend come up on the offer, and he ended up doing that. He went to his house every weekend for like 3 to 6 months, and then next thing you know, he's in a job, and we were roommates. And so what happened was I'm working like 12, 13-hour days, and he's working 8-hour days and making way more money than me. And what made matters worse was that he was wearing my clothes to go to work. And so I was like, hold on a second. You're wearing my clothes. I'm up at the crack of dawn. You're sleeping in. By the time I get home, you're home relaxing. I'm like, okay, something must be up with this. And so I ended up doing that. And that's how I got into the IT field.
Oh, so the guy showed him how to do information technology?
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, wow.
So he showed that. I just didn't believe it. Then it was an interesting change. And I think at that point, I came to the question mark, because I always struggle with finance. I struggle because, you know, you're trying to make ends meet, you're working hard. And so when you see things, you always say, why can't I have that, with a question mark? Like, I can't have that. And then you answer it like, I can't afford it because I have no bills. I have bills. I have this to pay for. I don't have the money to do it. And if I do it, I'm in a bad spot. When I got into the software field, my first check was like double what I made doing the 2 jobs. And so awesome. When I did my budget, I was like, it didn't compute to me. And so after redoing it, I realized, oh wow, I'm making way more money now than I was doing these 2 jobs. So I ended up quitting the jobs I had, doing this full time, and then my challenge became not to buy everything because I could.
Right. That's right.
You know,
That's right.
And so it went from a question mark to exclamation point. So like, it's like, why can't I have that? And I'm thinking like, why can't I have it? I have the money. So I would go actually buy. I'd be like buying stuff, and then I'd be like, okay, I have to taper myself to like, okay, well, I don't really need that right now. Even though I can buy it, I don't need to buy it. And this is the stuff that I've learned, like, kind of like, I always call myself hard knock life. I had to learn on the go. You know, I didn't know about credit. I didn't know about, you know, the purse of credit. I didn't know about, you know, saving your money. I didn't know about 401k or IRA accounts or stocks or nothing like that, because I was never taught this stuff. So I'm just living in the moment, kind of, in a way. But in a moment to where I'm trying to build for the future, but still not know what that future is. So I'm living in the moment, but building for a future. I have no idea what I'm building for. And so that was my challenge I had to do, all the while knowing that, okay, well, one of the things the guy taught me was know the system. He's like, you know the system, and you know how to make more money and all this stuff. So it was the more work you put in, your experience or what you said will get you paid more. So that was my niche. It's like, okay, you know what? I can keep getting paid more. So I can go to one job, work 6 months, put that on my resume, and then ask for more money, and I'm just increasing my pay rate every 6 months. So before you know it, I'm 23 years old, and I'm making a whole lot of money and not knowing what to do with it. So if you don't know what to do with it, if you have no plan, no vision, you just spend it on stupid stuff. So that's what I ended up doing. Yeah. You know, but I never had no one to sit me down and say, you know what, this is a good idea to do. This is what you should do, because everybody I ran around with was in the same boat as me.
That's right. That's right. So you guys are IT software. So you guys are were y'all more like software design or programmers?
It just mine at the time. Mine's dependent on what I needed to do. So I just conformed to the job I needed. I didn't put my all into it. Until later on, I said, okay, I want to do this. I started off in quality assurance, and then I was like, from there I can go to automation and programming, or I can learn enough programming for the particular project I needed. So then from there, I would just grow on that. If I needed to learn this project, I would go there. And this was around the time about the .com bubble. I don't know if you're familiar with that. And so I was in the midst of that. So everybody was making money in the Silicon Valley because it was a .com, and everybody was making fake companies and just a lot of companies. So just the pick of the litter. And then when that crashed, I had to kind of relearn myself. Like, okay, what do I do now? And around the same time, like I think like a couple years into it, I got married to someone. I got saved. The marriage went bad, and I had a divorce. So there was a lot of different dynamics going on with me at certain times at that time in life. It was like, you know, you think you know who you are, and you really don't. And and you just go through the motions of day-to-day living, kind of like you're almost like the Walking Dead. You know, you basically walk around, you eat. You don't even sleep. You just eat. You repeat. Eat, like rinse, wash, and repeat. Do that over and over again. So that was my life for a good portion of time, because I didn't know about credit. I didn't know about nothing. But if I wanted that, I just worked to get it, and that was it.
All right. Now we're talking to Jaron Power, author of Power to Change. This is going to be a good lead into our second segment when we get into his book, The Power of Change. And before we get in your book, after this break, we're going to ask you. We're going to, pretty much we've been on your website. And we see your beautiful family, and I guess all that hard work paid off, because it's a good-looking family, man. So when we get back, we're going to talk about that as well, okay? All right, y'all, hold tight for a 60-second break with Dominique Wilkins and Lisa Sadler.
Are you experiencing a stage of life trauma, an everyday life experience that may distract you or shake your faith? My good books are short stories written on everyday topics like jealous friends or an abusive parent, written with an underlying message directing your thoughts to a positive and spiritual place. My good book strives to provide a positive influence for real people with real life struggles seeking hope, inspiration, and a perspective that will change how you handle your own life's journey. Read my good books to enjoy a positive and spiritual message today. Then share it with someone else who needs it.
Are you an author looking for promotional services, or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Fighting Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to FightingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
All right. We're talking to Jaron Power, author of Power of Change. And his a review in his book by Alcina Morello say this book is a well-written compilation of scripture focusing on motivation, perseverance, and vision laid out in a simple, easy-to-follow format that delivers a game plan of realizing the purpose God has for your life. Mr. Power is clearly anointed to deliver this simple but complete guide to living an extraordinary, godly, and productive lifestyle. I could hardly put it down. That's by Alcina Morello. All right, man. We was on your website. We saw how beautiful your family. So, what, you have a girl and a boy?
Yeah, I have a girl and a boy, and we have me and my wife have two older kids as well.
All right.
We're kind of a blended family.
All right. So somebody brought children into the relationship?
We both brought children into the relationship. So.
Oh, okay. Awesome. And what are the kids doing right now?
Right now my kids are watching TV or playing games. So,
okay, the younger ones. How about the two older ones?
The older ones. One's he has kids, so he's working right now, and then another one's just about to go to college this year.
All right, yeah. And the reason why I ask you that, because when I find that people who write, inspirational books, or they're life coaches, gurus, motivation, all that kind of stuff. I always ask them what their family is doing because I said, if you can't motivate your family, you can't motivate nobody.
Yeah, very true.
That's right. So, want to hear the success of the family.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think when you think of the family, I think it's important, especially for parents, that we learn to drop seeds in our kids so that they aspire to do something greater in life and that they push something to see more than that. As I remember my younger son, he's a smart kid. I don't know how he got so smart, but he's extremely smart, straight A student, and he comes with me a lot of ideas all the time. And this was a couple of years ago. I said to him, he wants to make this kind of like motion virtual reality kind of thing where you can play video games, virtual reality style. And he was like, but the technology's not out yet. And I was like, well, if you keep writing the stuff down and put it in place, it will come out by the time you're in college. And he was probably about 10 at the time. And he was like, okay. I said, so this is what I want you to do. We got him a notebook, and I said, write everything you want to do in the future so I can come back to it later on. So he got his notebook when he was a kid, and he started writing stuff down. And I said, what you want to do is you want to go to college like MIT or Cal Berkeley that do tech stuff that you want to do.
Georgia Tech.
So, yeah, all these colleges that do technology that in the field that you want to do. So now he's talking about MIT and these other things. He's going to a charter school right now just so he can get the grades, and all that stuff just to be able to go to colleges that he wants to go to.
That's right. That's how they do it.
Yeah, I had a conversation one day, and it kind of tripped me out because the school is it's long hours, a lot of homework. And I asked him if he wanted to change schools, and he was like, "Nah, I go there for the learning aspect of it." So, I was like, if it was me, I'd have been like, "I'm out, cool," But
yeah, he's smart. He is smart, man. He knows. Right, if he can handle that challenge, man, nothing, nothing he can't handle. That's how I look at college too, man. College was extremely hard. And so when people give me projects now, I said, man, nothing compared to college, man. Yeah. I take it. Give it to me. I've led work groups and everything because in school, they challenge you in all those areas, dealing with different styles of people from all walks of life. So, I said, get the experience early, so you won't be afraid of it when you get older. That's right.
And I think one of my downsides was that I didn't really get that experience. I went to community college for 2 years, and I kind of dropped out because I needed to take care of myself. And so it's one of those, I don't say regret, but it was like one of those dual buttons. I would love to go to university and be able to live that life and just to be able to, go through that stage. But, everything works for a reason. So
you could do it, man.
I push college on my kids hard.
Yeah, you could do it. Sure. Man, my wife and I, we had 2 babies. Well, we had the one at first, and one was on the way when I went back to school to get my 4-year degree, and I had fun, man. I met up with some people who was in the same field I was in. They had family challenges as well, but we made it work, man. We went out, 2 days a week. We exercised. We played basketball because it was like some girls and guys. It was like half and half. I had 1 male buddy and 2 female buddies, and we made it work, man. We had a ball, man. So we didn't have no football team to cheer for at the school, but we had a ball though, man. We was right in the heart of downtown Baltimore, and we made it work. Yeah, we made it work, man. All right, so we talking to Jerron Powell. He's the author of The Power of Change, man. So what made you write this book, man? What gave you the know-how to
I'd be lying to say, I got this idea. I really did. I had a lot. God really told me to write this book. I didn't write it because I wanted to. Honestly, my English vocabulary wasn't always the best. So it was one of those things where when I gave my life to Christ and started, my biggest thing was always, who am I? Mm-hmm. And I realized, and when God started showing me my life, I realized that I was the one that was people always coming to for advice, it was kind of ironic, but it was funny too. And I was like, why are you coming to me for advice? And so as I started to learn who I was, he really put on my heart to write this book. My challenge was when he told me, it took me 2 years to write it because I didn't believe in myself.
Oh, right, wow.
So, but at the same time, it kept stirring in me. So I had the format down. I had the topics. I had the subjects. I had all that stuff written down in my head and how I would write the book. However, I just didn't believe myself to do it. So 2 years in was when my friend was like, look, dude, you need to write this book. And so after that check, then I started writing that book. And I made it real. It's really a combination of my life, but I use my life as a foundation to give tips and tools, because I learn most of the time I talk to people and I give like instruction or mentoring or anything to that degree. Most people just, and I understand it, because we just don't know what to do next. We're in a situation, it's almost like, and I sometimes put it to like when I was a younger kid, like I was talking earlier, no one showed me X, Y, and Z, so I had to figure it out. And so a lot of times when I talk to people, it's really just, I don't know the X, Y, and Z. And so that was really the catalyst of me writing my book, is because sometimes people just need that little to like, oh, yeah, I can do this. You know, the book doesn't say, oh, if you do A, B, and C, you'll be a millionaire. It just says, if you follow simple steps on the direction you want to go, you can get to the desired result that you want. And so I give different aspects to, and a lot of it is really dealing with yourself more so than getting to like, you know, it's not like one of those infomercials where if you buy this book, you'll be a multimillionaire overnight or next couple months, something like that. It's more of those, when you buy this book and you read it, it's a journey within yourself, because you have to remove the roadblocks that you have in yourself to pursue forward, to know that you can do this thing that you want to do, and that you can see more than what you are. And for the people that don't have that, it's just sometimes simple instructions or someone that's been there and done that. I remember one of my worst storms I think I've ever been through in my life. I was feeling alone and I was feeling challenged. And one guy I met, I saw him every day. I used to be in a bowling league like years ago. And one time I just spoke to this guy and I was like, I'm just struggling with this, and this. And he said, you know what? I went through the same thing you did, and here's my results. And that gave me hope to understand, because I thought there was no end to the light of my tunnel. Or no light at the end of my tunnel. And so just saying, the guy saying, you know what, look what's going on right now. Let me show you the end result of my life when I went through something similar. And he was the only person that could understand, relate to where I was.
Wow.
Out of everything I go to. Out of all my friends, because no one's been in that, I didn't know no one in my area that been around that predicament. So oftentimes we just want to do better. We just don't know how to do better. And if we don't understand, like I always say, the first thing we always have to do is understand the point of sacrifice when we want to do better. And if we don't understand the point of sacrifice, then we can't get to the desired results that we want.
That's right.
I was having my cousin was telling me one time, we were talking about business. He said, too many people want CEO dollars and janitor hours. So, you know, so I understand you have to put it in the work, and oftentimes it's just the desire. If you want it bad enough, you have to change a lot of things around you. And oftentimes when you find your vision, you find your purpose, you'll naturally start to drop things off, because you realize, okay, this ain't benefiting me. That ain't benefiting me. This doesn't benefit me. I need to push it away. And the transition to that is, it's not that it's hard. It's challenging. But when you push past that initial detox challenging period, then you get to that area that you see, okay, I'm glad I got that started this because it caused me to focus more. And so that's kind of what my book kind of entices, the power to change. There was a power to change within us. The power to change is the desire to do better in your life, and we can all strive to do that if we just understand that sometimes being exposed to something new, exposed to something different, we can get to what we want.
That's right. That is true. All right, we're talking to Jeremy Power, author of The Power of Change. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk to him more in depth about this book. He claimed to be a gifted and rising star in America. We're going to find out how is he doing this through inspirational speaking. Hold tight. A Book Buzz episode with Tamika Kane.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
All right. That's an episode of Book Buzz. You got to get one so people find out about you. That's right. Now streaming soon on FM dial in Chicago. Our talk show will be live coming soon. All right. We talking to Jaron Powell, author of Power to Change. And so, Jaron, all right, you're a life coach. What's some of the biggest challenges people are going through right now as you coach them in life? Some of the challenges.
The biggest challenge I think people face is the desire to change. They want to change, they just don't want to change. And so because of that, that's the biggest challenge I see. Like this year, I started working out consistently 4 times a week. And the workout is really intense and really hard. And I think the first 2 weeks, I was crying to Jesus. I thought I saw him 3 times because my trainer was pushing me so hard, and my body wasn't accustomed to it. Afterwards, my body was sore and it was hurting, and it was like, dude, this is not worth it to me. I was kind of like, this isn't really worth it to me. But I stuck through it. And after I got past the soreness, then I started working out consistently, and then I started to get through the training process a lot easier. As I was getting through the training process, I realized, okay, you know what? To help me get better, I need to drink more water. Okay, to help me get better, I need to stop eating this kind of foods. To help me get to a better result in shape, I need to stop doing this, and this. And that was the challenging part for me. And a lot of times people have that part. It's the sacrifice to getting rid of things that are not healthy for you, to eat the things that are healthy for you, to grow and produce forward. So, I've talked to crowds, and I like to spoken churches. I love doing individual work more so because it's more of a one-on-one thing, and I like to deal with people on a one-on-one basis because sometimes people are individual. Like you could do a message, and it could be, oh, this for me, this part helps. But sometimes when you talk to people one-on-one, it allows you to really get in depth of, okay, here's your problem areas, A, B, and C. And if you do this, then this will help you get there. I deal with people that will say, like one aspect is like a lot of people have a vision to do something, but they just don't know how to do it. And if I say, okay, well, this is what you need. Maybe have you done this? No. Have you done this? No. Have you done this? No. Why not? Because I didn't know. That always comes back to that. I didn't know. And I'm like, okay, well, did you expect it to happen by yourself? Because you talk about the vision with such passion, but yet you didn't think about what you need to do to get there. And so if I say to them, okay, do A, B, and C just for the beginning steps, and then move forward, you'll see production. If I say, have you considered buying 4 or 5 books on that one thing you want to go after and start studying it? Who's mentoring you to help you get to that area? And when I say mentoring, it's not always someone that you can talk to one-on-one, but whose books are mentoring you?
That's right.
And so when I start saying that, they're like, I don't know. I haven't done that. But yet at the same time, they can talk about TV shows that are on because they spend hours watching on TV. And so when I'm like, what are you willing to sacrifice to cut off to get your desired results? I was reading a survey. They said 80% of people that live in 80% of people, 76% of people who are the middle class or lower watch 8 hours of TV, 6 hours of TV a day.
That's a lot.
Where the wealthy people watch maybe a half hour to an hour a day.
Yeah. I don't do that much.
Yeah, so when you realize it, when you realize your purpose and your focus and your vision, then you realize what's not important to you.
That's right.
What I need to get rid of. It's like when you're doing this radio show, when you put it together, there are certain things you have to cut off because you're like, I want to get the desired results I need to do. I don't got time to watch this, and this, because that allowed me to procrastinate more and not get to what I needed to do.
That's right.
So I tell people a lot of times, what are you willing to sacrifice? What are you willing to give up on? I remember years ago, I was dealing with this guy. He was going through marital problems. And he was like, my wife just got mad at me. I'm like, okay, well, what's wrong? And he was like, well, she says this and this. I'm like, well, what are you doing every day when you get home? Well, I get home, I play 3 hours of video games. I'm like, stop. I was like, pause right there. I'm like, that video games is becoming your mistress. And you're putting your wife second. I go, why don't you do this? I go, why don't you spend a half hour playing video games? And then why don't you do A, B, and C? 1 week later, he came back and said, man, my marriage is a whole much better because I followed your instructions. And there's just simple changes that you don't recognize. And it's not like a fault to him. It was just that he didn't know no better because Terry is a single guy. He's doing the normal do. He got married, and he just kept doing what he normally did because no one taught us this stuff.
And they don't. And he's right, though. People don't. Because it's just like, for example, suppose you have like a spouse that's a workaholic. But you come home, you know, you kind of looking forward to sitting at the dinner table with them, and they're not there. You know, it's just you and the kids. You know, what do you do then? You know, do you sit down and say, hey, hon, you think you can work so many hours at home so we can at least see you, and then sacrifice maybe an hour, split your day up, and we do lunch together and stuff like that. So it is always a solution, you know.
There's always a solution if we think about how to say if we stop blaming and then go into solution based, then we can get something done.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times we're blaming and we're not giving solutions, or we're being lazy, and for Christians we want God to fix everything and us to do nothing.
Yep, the blame game.
And so we get to the blame game. It's a real challenge for us because it's easier to say, you know, that woman you gave me or that man you gave me, you know, God fix it. And while we just do what we normally do. So I always try to give people practicals. Okay, I'll even say, okay, let's put the Bible aside for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done this? You know, or have you done that? And they say no. I'm like, okay, well, why don't you try doing that? So now it comes down to, can you let go of your pride to forgive this person to move forward?
That's right. Sometimes it's just all about communication. Sometimes just sitting down talking.
And it's the healthy communication you have to have, not the communication where it's unhealthy.
Right.
And so these are the kind of things that, you know, when I think about, and I always end up, and I don't like ask for it, but it just comes to me. And it's kind of funny. I'm like, okay, Lord, even when I don't feel like talking to people, I end up doing it because it's just in me to do. Because I started to learn what was in me to do. You know, it's a passion for me to help people. I want to help people. That's like if I could do anything first, that would be my number one thing to do. Be like, my passion would be to help people and to give them ways to get a better life, a better way, a better them, discover who they are. Because I think so. I really believe we're all created to do something. We all have a purpose, and a lot of us don't know that purpose, and so we don't do our purpose.
That's right.
And then we wonder what it is this whole time. You know, and so I like to use like cars and different things, and whatever the analogy I need to use to help the person, I try to help that person using that stuff. You know, I was thinking the other day, I was like, there's different types of mindset. Take away the money, but just think of a mindset, and think of the mindset as this way: if you need a car, and your money is limited, you'll take any car you can get. You take it. You take any car you can get. If you have a car and you want to get a better car, you balance your budget and you say, I can afford this car. Mm-hmm. If you're rich, you can get any car you get, from a Bentley to a Ford Pinto. The choice is yours. Mm-hmm. So the mindset is just basically I can choose and pick and choose what I want to get. So sometimes we think so low of ourselves that we don't pick and choose what we want in our lives. We just, whatever happens, whatever we can get, we're happy with. And so the goal is always to think from a higher mindset. How to say it being, you know, biblically it talks about set your mind on higher places, things above. So we have to be in a higher mindset to understand things. And the best way to do it is to get out of our environments, in terms of our environment does not make us know everything, but we can seek out everything we need to know. And you can seek that out by, you know, studying and reading. If I wanted to learn about the radio station, I would call you. If I was like, hey, I want to do what you're doing, I'd be calling you all the time because I want to learn this thing. Mm-hmm. So if I want to have a better marriage, I'm going to go to someone who's a successful marriage, and not someone who's in a bad marriage or someone who's single who think they can give me good advice. Mm-hmm. And so these are the kind of things I tell people all the time. And I even in my book, I say my book is not the end-all, be-all. I recommend you go get other books to read on top of this book, because I'm not trying to say I know everything. I just know enough to know that I need to know more, and I just want to help you get to another state.
That's right.
And so that is always the goal that I tell people. Is like, when you want the power to change is within you, and you could change your life at any moment when you decide to change your life. Now, nothing might not change on the outside, but what changes is you. And so when you say, I have enough and I want more of my life, you could put things down. You could turn things around. And I'm not saying it's easy, but nothing that you ever want is easy. Mm-hmm. So you can do that thing if you desire it enough. And as you push if you stop worrying about the things you have to sacrifice and worried about the things you need to get, then the things you need to sacrifice become easy to drop off because you see a vision of what you need to get.
Absolutely.
Yep. And so that is the goal I always strive for. If you want a better marriage, what's your part? If you took away his part or her part, what's your part? Are you doing everything you can? If you want a better life, if you want a better job, are you getting back to school to get a better education? Are you taking up a trade so you can get a better job? What are you doing with your life? If you're not happy, why aren't you happy? What keeps you? What's disappointing? What from your past has got you to this state? Have you discovered that out yet? So in my book, I use a lot of examples of my life. I use a lot of examples. I use my kids. I went to divorce one time. I use my divorce. I use everything. It's kind of autobiography book in a sense. I use some scriptures, but I don't get too heavy in them. I just use them as a foundational reference. But I want to tell people that you can change your life. You have the power to change, and if nothing else changes, you change. And so you change your goals, you change your life, you change everything. You have the power to change. One of the things I tell people is that there's this thing when you read the Bible. It's interesting. Every time God talks about people, He says if. But when He talks about Himself, He says I shall. And the reason why He always says if, because the if is predicated on you doing.
That's right.
And so He's saying, I'm a God that I'll do my part if you do your part. It's not God helps those who help themselves. It's you do your part and I'll do my part. I shall do my part. But the doing your part is on you. I can give you everything you need to do it. I can give you the mind. I can give you the desire. I can give you the will. But you have to determine in your mind you want to do it. And if you're not determining your mind to want to do it, you're going to sit there. And then if I give it to you, you won't value it because you didn't put your hands on it yourself to mold and shape this thing that's called your life to do. We all have trials. We all have tribulations. We all have stumbles. I think there's not a person on this earth that can't give you their woe is me story. But it's not so much their woe is me story. It's can you learn from your story that you went through? Can you learn from your trials and tribulations to say, you know what, that trial helped me this way. Yeah, I'd rather not have gone through it, but it helped me get to this place. It helped me grow. It helped me learn this stuff. And so these are the kind of things I try to help people face and challenge and all these things that come out. I think of this story, and I don't think I told it in my book. I might have. I can't fully remember. But I remember I was dealing with someone who was consistently hurting me. And I was really angry with this person. I kept forgiving him. And one day I said, Lord, is there anything that I have towards this person? And what He showed me was this black, cancerous mold. Like I visualized it. It was a picture of it. I could see it. And it was like a black fungus that was slowly in the recess in the corner. At the corner of like if you had a room, was in the corner of the room in a black fungus area. And I was like, wow, that's in me. And so I said what everybody else would say, Lord, remove it out of me. And He said to me, no, you remove it out of you. And so I had to go home and remove all this gunk out of it that was still within me because I thought I forgave the person when I really fully didn't forgive the person. Wow. So then once I was able to forgive the person, now I moved on, and I was okay. I'm healthy from this situation, and so I don't know why the forgiveness aspect on there, but I think a lot of people sometimes might be listening to this dealing with unforgiveness, should I say? And the one thing I learned about unforgiveness, when you really start to study the word forgiveness, it means divorce in Greek, and I hold it up into it as a marriage. When you're married to someone, you're considered one. When you get a divorce, you're no longer married to that person. You don't say I'm a divorcee. You go back to single. So you say I'm single. And what that means is that when you forgive someone, you divorce yourself from the offense of what that person did to you. So that once you're whole, it was as if you were never married to them. Because once you become single again, you file your taxes as single, you operate your single, you do all that stuff single. But if you're still holding on to that offense, you're dragging all that weight and anger and all that stuff as if you're married, and so it becomes like a weight on your neck and a cancer in your heart to stop you from moving forward. And so by forgiving the situation, forgiving the hurts, forgiving the pain that everything's done to you, it allows you to see clearly what your future is, because oftentimes our unforgiveness hinders us from seeing clearly for our future.
That's right. That's true. All right. All right, Jaren, we talking to Jaren Power off the Power Chain. We're going to take a quick break, and we come back. When we come back, we're going to you be able to close us out, man. Give us your final thoughts on tonight's show, okay?
Yes.
All right. And before we go, just want to let everybody know that you can get his book on Amazon.com for, I think it's going for $15.19, and then you can get on his website at JarenPower.com for $19.99 plus shipping. So either way, you'll be able to support that brother. All right, so hold tight. Episode of Book Buzz with Bill Powers.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
All right, The Power of Change, available in paperback, was released in July. Is that 2012? So you've been pushing this book for a while. All right. Successful inspirational speaker. You heard him tonight talking on life coaching. He's an ordained minister and an IT consultant. So check out the book, The Power of Change, How to Change Your Position Despite Your Condition. All right, Jaren, if you can close us out, give us your final thoughts for tonight's show, man. Really appreciate having you here, man, and we wish you the best, and the best. All right?
Thank you very much. Well, I'd like to thank you for having me on the show. It's really appreciated. I appreciate the honor and opportunity, and I pray much success for you going forward.
Well, thank you very much, and you're welcome.
And if I had to leave anybody at any lasting moment, I want to say that change is a process. It doesn't happen overnight, but with anything, the more you do it, the more you see results. I'm currently working on a book called The Now Moment, and the moment is now for your best results. The moment is now for your change. And once you stick to the plan that you've developed in your life, you will see the outcome of your change that you want, whether it be better job, better marriage, better life, better you. You know, if you work it out, whatever that change you want in your life, if you understand what that change is, you stick to the plan, expose yourself to the knowledge, you will have the best life you can have. That's not with money, not with anything else, but you have the best life you could have, because you could have money and still be miserable and sad. So make your life count. And by doing that, you need to have power change.
That's right. Amen. Amen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our broadcast on this podcast, but we appreciate everybody tuning in and giving Jaren an opportunity to talk about his book, The Power of Change, How to Change Your Position Despite Your Condition. All right, remember, you can get it at his website at JarenPower.com, or you can get it at Amazon and just type in Power of Change in his name, and it will come right up. All right, and Jaren, I tell them all the time, man, when they want to hear the good stuff, they got to tune in to PositivePower21.org or Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, take care, everybody. Remember to stay awesome.
PositivePower21.org, Internet Radio.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
That's your cue, Iris.
Hi, Jerry. This is Iris Sambro Carter, and I'm live with Jerry Royce. I'm on the Jerry Royce Show live. I don't know if I messed that up.
Hello, and thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce, and welcome to Positive Power 21 Network, where you get your positive on. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
PositivePower21.org, Internet Radio.
What happens when a man meets a woman who's everything he wished his girlfriend was? Is his girlfriend's unconditional love and ride-or-die loyalty worth dealing with in her baggage? Find out the consequences of a man's need of self-completion and learn a lesson that everything comes with a price. The Lesson by Miss Cynthia Blue on Amazon.com.
Are you having problems getting that dream job? Did you know that the resume is designed to get you the interview, and the interview is actually what gets you the job? My team of experienced resume writers at Career Image Solutions have successfully helped hundreds of clients create the perfect resume, land more interviews, and obtain their dream job. We also proudly offer Legal Shield. Visit us on the web at www.career-image.com or like us on Facebook, Career Image Solutions.
Are you looking for a book with plenty of action and suspense? A novel sure to take you on a thrill ride? Books with unforgettable characters, some heat-level 5 erotica, and twists and plots that will leave you at the edge of your chair? Then try one of my international bestsellers, The Blood Feud, The Blood Ties, Plain Dealing, Dolly's Secret, Dolly's Fantasy, all written by me, Shelley Young. You can find these bestsellers on Amazon and Barnes & Noble online. I guarantee one book and you'll be hooked.
Dangerously in Love is a story about a young lady named Reminisce who blames the streets, but the streets doesn't owe anyone any loyalty. Dangerously in Love is a modern-day tale filled with danger, passion, and one woman's dream of escape. Dropping October 4, 2014, Alita 8, A Dangerously in Love, available through Cinematic Ink Publications and Amazon.com. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and when it's all positive, it's all power. That's Positive Power. And our special presentation today for Book Buzz. That's right, we got a new one for tonight's show because Iris Carter's special, and her Book Buzz sponsor tonight is CEO Darlene Rucker Williams, and she's home based in Baltimore, Maryland. So stay tuned for her presentation.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com. And our phone number is 443-682-5664.
All right. That's right.
Okay.
That's Darlene Rucker Williams. That's right. We ready to bring you on ours. So hold tight. We got to read your bio. All right, tonight on Jerry Royce Live, we have a special guest. We got Iris Fambro Carter, and her book is scheduled to be released in late December, early January. She signed with Artistic Words Publishing. All right, you would call her. Okay. Along with being a writer, I am also a flight attendant based in Atlanta and in college at Liberty University, ultimately pursuing a Ph.D. in psychology. Her second book is titled Weep of the Willow. And her first book was published in 2008, was titled When It Rains. She's divorced, mother of two, daughter Jade, 24, and she's at Williams College. Well, she's a graduate of Williams College, and she's now an assistant marketing representative for an Atlanta area mall. And her son Wesley, 21 years old, he's a furniture builder, and he's looking to begin college next year. She also has a 6-year-old cat named Sasha. Yes. And people can find you, and where people can find you on Iris Fambro Carter on Facebook, They can find her author, Iris Fambrough Carter, Instagram, Iris Carter 65, and Twitter, Iris Carter 65. All right. So I got a couple questions to ask you about that. Fambrough and 65. Interesting. Okay. All right, Iris, so welcome to Jerry Royce Live. How you doing tonight?
I am great, Jerry, and how are you?
Good. I see you're all excited and everything. That makes me feel good.
Yes, I am.
Awesome. All right. So you're excited. There's two things you can be excited about. You're excited about telling the world about Weep of the Willow because you know I'm growing and I'm reaching people, or you just excited because you want to talk to Jerry Royce Live. Which one is it?
Actually, both. But right now, I'm very excited about speaking to you, Jerry. I am. You.
Awesome.
I heard a lot of good things about you. I know who you are. So, yeah, I was actually very excited to be invited to do an interview. Yes.
All right. So you know who I am. So you must have looked me up.
Yes, I am. Yes, I do.
Wow. So you know I'm really a secret agent then, huh?
Oh, yes, I've heard that as well.
No, I ain't no secret agent. That was one of my first childhood fantasies that I wanted to grow up and be a secret agent, like I think who was out back then? Get Smart and James Bond.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I looked up to those guys. Yeah, I know. That's all we had. That's all we had on TV. That's all we had. We didn't have like 800 channels. Right. Yeah. We didn't have like 800 channels and all these black superheroes. We didn't have that.
Now you're aging yourself.
That's right. I know. That's what it is. All right. Well, look, we're so happy to have you, and we're ready to get started with the interview. And your first question coming out of the gates, because I know it wasn't a whole lot said about you in your bio, which was good. You know, we just know what you're doing presently. But the question is, who is Iris Fambrough Carter?
Oh, wow. I am a product of Atlanta, Georgia. My folks moved actually to Atlanta right before I was born. I was educated, elementary school, high school in Atlanta, Georgia, product of Atlanta. I then went on to the University of Georgia back in the day. I'm not going to go too far back. But back in the day, I went to Athens. It was great. As you read in my bio, I was married for a while. Things just didn't work out, and that's how it is at times. But we have remained friends, and I'm happy about that. Very, very proud of the kids. So I didn't put in the bio. I forgot to write when you were reading, and my daughter's also in grad school, too. So she's finishing up her last year doing that. And as you can tell, too, from reading my bio, I'm very busy. I am a flight attendant. I love traveling, so it kind of actually helps me to have alone time, so I can, work on some of my projects like writing. I love writing. Also, too, what I didn't put in the bio, I meant to tell you, this isn't my first writing gig. Right out of college, I was the communications manager for a nonprofit, so I had to do a lot of, I'm not communications manager then. I was the education director, for a nonprofit. So I had to do a lot of writing then, and I was with a major insurance company where I was the communications manager for them for a while.
Good. All right. So then you decided to take flight.
Yeah, economic crisis hit, and I had interviewed with 3 other companies as either heading up their communications department or being a communications specialist. And when it got down to offering me the job, they will come back. I mean, this is like a week or 2 later after they've already offered me the job. For some reason, we didn't get our budget approved to hire you,
Wow.
I'm like, what is going on? And that was during the economic crisis. I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. So, when life throws lemons at you, what you do, you make lemonade. So, my daughter came to me. She said, Mom, you've always wanted to be a flight attendant. They're hiring. I'm like, okay, let me try that out for a spell. And I've been doing it now for a while and really love it. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, the attendants are so professional now. They really make you feel at ease. I normally just go right to sleep.
Ooh, yes, and that's what a lot of you guys do. You guys get to sleep, but we can't. You know, sometimes I'm guilty, but you know, you just can't go to sleep on the passengers. And a lot of times too, you know, flight attendant. Yeah, of course, you know, you have to go through the training, but the part of the job that they can't train you for, but I'm sure they look for when they hire you, you have to be somewhat like a counselor too. So a lot of people know how to calm people down. You know, this time of year, we have a lot of novice flyers. So, and they fly once a year, once every 2 years. They're very nervous getting on the plane. Yeah, we've had some people recently that were just so hesitant about coming on, and some even say I have a fear of flying. So that's when you, as a flight attendant, supposed to be able to either, you know, calm that person down, just kind of divert their attention from being 30,000 feet in the air.
That's right.
And, and that's a hard, you know, 42,000 is what you can go up to. I mean, 4,200. 3,200 feet up in the air, and just, assure them, you know, just get the mind off of it. And next thing you know, you're landing, and they're like, oh, you are awesome. So.
That's right. As long as I don't see you guys sweating, if I see a little bead of sweat coming down.
I rarely do. I mean, you know, I've been a passenger on some planes, and we had a few issues upstairs, and I had my uniform on, but I was a passenger, right? So, fortunately, I was seated in the exit row, and everybody looked around. They looked over at me. It was another flight attendant seated across in the same row, but on the other end. And we were just like steel soldiers, and so that calmed everybody else down. I mean, it wasn't something that was major, but for passengers that don't fly much, they don't know what half the noises are when they hear them and stuff. So I knew what it was. It didn't bother me at all.
That's right. You know, you've been doing long enough. You kind of can feel the plane like your car. It's like I can tell, like not my car now, but when I had my Volvo, I can always tell when something was going wrong.
Exactly.
Like,
yeah. Yep. So
you get tuned in. So you tuned in. All right.
Yep. That's how it is.
That is awesome. And our family, we more popular flying to Florida and the Bahamas more than any other place. That's where we tend to go mostly. Like I've been up to Chicago and them places, but now we're just going to the warmer climates. You know, that's what we do.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing a lot of too. Kind of to extremes. Actually yesterday we started a day in Green Bay, flew to Atlanta, then we flew to Cozumel. So like, okay, that was so nice to get out of Green Bay. It was the single digits. Right. So cold.
That's right. Oh, I know. Green Bay. When I think about them, I just think about the NFL, and hopefully the Super Bowl does not go there, you know, or the trip to the Super Bowl. It's through Green Bay.
I'm gonna tell you,
likely they're gonna win it.
I love traveling to the Midwest. I find the people just so accommodating, especially like Green Bay. I love going to Green Bay, but not in the wintertime.
That's right. Not in the wintertime.
Not in the wintertime.
Now, one of the things I read in your bio, you're pursuing a PhD right now?
Well, actually, I'm finishing up this master's program now at Liberty. Actually, won't be done until, when is that? Probably August or so next year.
Okay.
And I was thinking about, going into the PhD program at Liberty. My grades are great, you know, but then one person pointed out to me that then I will have a Virginia license. So I don't know if I want to practice in Virginia. This Atlanta is home, so I may go to another school to get the PhD. So
all right, because you're interested. So your ultimate interest is to be a psychologist?
Yes, to be a psychologist, yeah. Honestly, Jerry, I remember when I was a kid, I would tell one of my brothers, I got 4 of them, so one of the older brothers that I wanted to be a psychologist, and he would just, kids, pick at me, make fun, like, nah, you're not going to be smart enough, and I shouldn't have listened to that. So it was a dream deferred, basically, and, I just really thank my daughter for a lot of stuff because she was the one that said, Mom, whatever happened to that dream of you wanting to become a psychologist? I'm like, you're absolutely right. So let me go at it. So.
Wow, that's awesome of her to, always right there, right there in your ear, telling you the direction to go in. Right.
Yeah, I mean, right downtown from where in Atlanta, Georgia State has a really good program. There's other places I can look at. I really need to start looking in January. And then I have to even weigh if I even want to take a break because I'm pretty busy when I get to the hotel. Or even when I get home, I am, getting my homework done. Wednesday's a good day for me. That's, all my homework is actually due on a Monday or so.
So you're online? You're online with your studies?
Yes, I'm online right now. And, I did do my research on this. A lot of schools offer the online PhD program. However, of course, you will have to go there to the school periodically. And for me, being a flight attendant, that's definitely not a problem. To do these, what they call intensives or, week-long sessions and stuff. And I understand that.
Yeah, so what would you like to do with that degree?
When I was the communications manager at Aetna, well, even before that, when I was the supervisor of the HMO department, I did tell the name of the insurance company I didn't want to do, but it's okay. I learned a lot. I learned, for the most part, now, Aetna was a wonderful place to work for, so nothing bad to say about them at all. But what I learned when I was in that role was that there's of course, with most jobs, the division between employees and employees comes from the communication or lack thereof. And if we're more engaging with our employees, we'll get better results. If they feel like they are part of the team, and a lot of times you don't feel that way on a job. So what I wanted to do, and I actually, when I was at Aetna, I did put some programs into place before I transitioned and became the communications manager. From the last time I spoke to them, it's been a while now since I've spoken to anyone, from a business perspective at Aetna, but they were still using some of the things that I put into place. But that's what I wanted to write my book on, or write my dissertation about, trying to have a book that businesses would be able to use to be like an easy step-by-step guide to how to manage properly, and micromanaging is not the way. And I think
there's
that's
a lot of books out there.
It's
a lot of books out there now, because I'm actually in a leadership program with the federal government, and it's globs of books out there talking about the servant managers, the new management of today, the new digital managers, because now people working, they're doing a lot more teleworking, because I know we up to 3 days working at home.
Yes.
And you don't want a micromanager when he got people working at home. He's going to be a pain in the butt sending emails all day and calling you. You want to know, are you sitting at your desk working, or why you're not logged in and this thing? So you have to change your style, no doubt.
Right. And so that's, and I think that's the reason why I like being a flight attendant too, because I set my own schedule. I go in when I need to. I rarely see, my boss, but okay, so that was the first thing that came to mind. That's what I wanted to write about. But then we're going to get into the book later, but I thought more about relationships, and especially and not necessarily like romantic relationships, but relationships that we build over time with our people we work with, or people in the congregation and things of that nature. That I thought, and especially what is going on now in Ferguson and now in New York City today. There's definitely a disconnect. We are regressing, and that is becoming a true concern of mine. And so, I know I was looking at more so with the business perspective, but I think I'm going to look more so with just the social aspect of human beings and their interactions with each other. I got a lot to say about stuff. I don't want to.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a lot. You're right. It's a lot you can write. I mean, and a lot of people try to blame it on social media, but most of the people who have the real social problems are not on social media. They just people who just don't want to socialize, or they just don't want to be engaged. They just want to come in and do what they're supposed to do and go home and, don't be, even if they have to be accountable, they don't care. Leave me alone. I know what I'm doing.
That's true, Jerry. And truly the problem is that, you were talking about social media. I told you earlier that I'm a history buff, and you look through just the history of America. You see these waves. 1776, back in 1776, we as black people were more free than in 1823. And why is that the case? So you just saw this wave, and that's why, of course, the abolitionist movement started back in 1831, because the people that were put into place to run the government didn't fulfill their word. Well, basically didn't fulfill the desires of the founding fathers who wanted to abolish slavery, period. And so you just see this way, and it's, you see it happening again, and it's really sad. And I do applaud our president, though, for putting the program into place. I'm sure you are aware of it, where the police officers will have to record their arrest or their interactions with people. But then, I was thinking yesterday after I read the news, I was like, okay, now, what if the officer claims that his camera malfunctioned? Exactly.
But they're probably going to have the same ones that's in the cars, like the ones in the cruisers. They don't have no control of the cameras that's in the cruisers, like the state troopers when they pull up. But once they leave the vehicle, that's when, because I've seen some guys going foot chase on the highway and they can't take the cars with them. So it's like they on their own, All right. Look, now we're going to take a quick break, Iris. We're going to take a quick 60-second break. When we come back, we're going to talk about Weep of the Willow by Iris Fambrough Carter. And the book is due out either late December, early January. I guess we're going to have to talk to Carla Dean about that. But she's with Artistic Words Publishing. I'm sorry.
That's right.
All right.
Okay.
So let's take a break with Book Buzz and listen to our sponsors. Thank you very much.
Are you experiencing a stage of life trauma? An everyday life experience that may distract you or shake your faith? My good books are short stories written on everyday topics like jealous friends or an abusive parent, written with an underlying message directing your thoughts to a positive and spiritual place. My good book strives to provide a positive influence for real people with real life struggles seeking hope, inspiration, and a perspective that will change how you handle your own life's journey. Read my good books to enjoy a positive and spiritual message today. Then share it with someone else who needs it.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Fighting Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to FightingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
All right, that's Dominique Wilkins and Alicia Sandler. That's right. She called herself Mrs. Alicia Sandler, and she's a dog. Right. I enjoy talking to her. She's so funny. All right, it's funny. They always get her mixed up with another PR person because they have the exact same personality and accent. So I always get them both confused who I'm talking to and who they're referring to me. And he probably said, Jerry and Brandon are so retarded, but we not. There's too much going on. Too much communication going on out here, Iris. Too much. All right. Now, we're here talking to Iris Fambrough Carter. She's with Artistic Words Publishing. That's right, big time. And she's here talking about her book, Weep of the Willow. So tell us a little bit about this book. Now, you don't have to tell us everything about it, but you can tell us about your main characters if you like.
Okay.
Now, is this a fiction book or nonfiction? That's what I forgot to ask.
It is a fiction book. It is definitely fiction, but I can tell you it was inspired put it this way, just pretty much like most African Americans in America, we come from varied backgrounds, racial backgrounds, and this book was inspired because I was just amazed that my grandmother was married to my grandfather. My grandmother was Irish. My grandfather was African American. And this was back in 1938 is when they were married in Georgia. Now, of course, the marriage didn't last long, but it made me want to just do some research and then just kind of bring to life how I thought a relationship like that how would play out back in the day.
That is interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, so that's what the book is about. I was going to read you. So, anyway, like I said, that was just the inspiration, but it is totally fictional. It's kind of interesting because of what's going on now in America. So am I able to read you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
this is your show.
Back of the jacket. Yes, this is the synopsis on the back of the jacket, and it says, Atlanta, Georgia, 1983. Eva has been keeping a secret from her sister Annie. On her deathbed, Eva has to clear her conscience. It is time for her to right old wrongs. And then Crabtree, Georgia, 1921. Luella Mae Jameson has found herself in the last place she ever expected to be, living life as the town whore. Luella Mae's husband has run off with the first river hip thing that crossed his path, leaving her to take care of herself and her young daughter, Eva, the only way she knows how. After visiting the voodoo priestess who cast 2 spells to give Luella Mae her heart's desire, her life changes in ways she never expected. Jimmy Thompson is everything society expects him to be, a successful businessman married to a well-bred Southern woman, and above all, a staunch racist and member of the Ku Klux Klan. The only problem is he's been in love with a colored woman for most of his life, and then he's given the opportunity to have her. In the midst of such violent times where the lines in the midst of such violent times where lines have been drawn between segregated whites and colored folks of Crabtree, Georgia, Weep of the Willow dares to share their story of forbidden love and secrets. And basically, don't want to give too much of the story away right now, but Jimmy Thompson is the big man in town. He owns a factory in Crabtree, Georgia, which it's a fictional place, but if you follow along the book, it's in the southern part of Georgia. And Luella Mae's husband, he ran off 4 years ago, and she's caring for her daughter, and she is actually making her money by the oldest profession in the world. That's how she makes her money. Yes, and so, she's tired of making her money that way. She seeks to get gainful employment. Basically, Jimmy Thompson doesn't give her a job, but he decides to take care of her, and they start seeing each other. And of course, a white man being with a black woman in 1921, Georgia is going to cause some stir. I got some poetry in there. The book ends oddly. There's a case that happens in the book. It takes you on a roller coaster ride.
I believe that. I can imagine. So were they sneaking around, or did she live in this house and people assumed that she was like a servant or something? Did he kind of?
No. They were sneaking around. began to. He was the richest man in that little town, so he had a little cottage out in the woods. They would go there, and when his wife would travel up to Boston with her female group, he would, take her on like a quick vacation somewhere and pretend when they would be, seen in public that she was the maid. So people weren't, a lot of people weren't aware, but
people
the secret got out when one of her callers came by and noticed Jimmy Thompson's car at her house. So that's rumor mill started. And so you got the voodoo priestess in the book, and they're doing their little thing, and you have, of course, the Southern Baptist Church, and they play a major role in the book. You have the KKK doing their thing. You have the ladies' social group going on their little outings, and it's being funded by the KKK. You got some sex in the book between those two. Sometimes
so
it's
now,
detailed too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you real graphic when it comes to like the violence in the book and the sexual acts that's going on in the book?
Yeah.
Real graphic.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
So you put a warning label on the book.
Huh?
Is there a warning label in the book?
I put a warning label on the book. You know what I just read you on the back, that could tell you enough. If you pop that book open, you read the back and you're like, I don't know if I want to read this. And not only with that, I bring to life a lot of different aspects of the book. A lot of different things go on. Like there's a lynching in the book, and that's told in detail about the lynching. Wow. But what I could tell though when I did my research, and the reason why again too I wrote the book is because I wanted to kind of bring to life how life was back in 1921. The stereotypes that we had, and a lot of people, even still today, and you know this too, Jerry, that some of our movements are already predestined. I mean, we'll do certain things because this is what society expects for us to do. So, so anyway, that's why some of the things that happens in the book, some people are, stepping out of their comfort zone, just like with, Jimmy wanted to date Luella. That was definitely out of his comfort zone. But, he kind of broke the tradition of you're not supposed to do this and just acted upon how he truly felt.
Yeah, a lot of that went on down there because, that's how we got light-skinned African Americans pretty much.
Of course.
Mix of the races, then a lot of us, like if you know anything about Maryland, we had a lot of slavery here, with the plantations, and especially on the Eastern Shore where, a lot of those guys owned a lot of land, their families, and the Indians and the blacks lived, shared the water channels together, which, take you out to the bay, and it was excellent fishing and, some of the best seafood you ever want to taste come out of Chesapeake Bay.
Really?
Yeah, so that's why you got up this region. You have a lot of us that's mixed with Indian and African American mixed with different European groups. Yep, because of the waterways, with a lot of different types of groups of people here. Yeah. Because of oysters and everything, the clams, fishing, all that stuff. We got a lot of the history down there. I think a lot of that was on my site when I went down there. My kids and we took a lot of pictures of the area, like St. Michael's, where a lot of this was going on, where the boats bring different types of people from Florida and them places, So come from the South, mixing with the North.
Oh,
Yeah, because Washington, D.C., everybody wanted to live in D.C. at one time. A lot of people were doing really well in that area. All right, and then you have New York, which was like a freedom state, right?
Oh, yes. Yes.
That's right. Because you got the Harriet Tubman. The whole Harriet Tubman thing comes right through our waterways here in her home, and where she went to school, right in Cambridge, Maryland. Yep. Very good, very good. All right, Alice, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back, and then we're going to talk about how you plan to market this book, offline, online, and who you think will enjoy this book the most. Okay, so think about that. We'll be right back with Brenda Williams with Explicit Expressions.
Okay.
Are you looking for something steamy, hot, and erotic? Well, you're looking for Explicit Expressions by Brenda Williams, one of the most prolific erotic writers of all time. Brings to you her collection of sensual erotic stories, poems, and seduction that will warm the hearts of anyone. Each one penned, guaranteed to have minds wondering, hearts racing, automatically introducing sexual bliss. So lay back, get comfy, get ready to be mesmerized. This will be an experience you'll never forget.
All right, Explicit Expressions with Brenda Williams. She said if you want to steam things up, she said that's the book you want to get. All right, I believe it too. She's something else. Brenda Williams, check her out. That's my friend. All right, we talking to Iris Fambrough Carter, author of Weep of the Willows, coming out soon. So Iris, who would enjoy this book? I know my dad would, because he's really big in the Harriet Tubman thing. He would. I can't wait to get my hands on this book for him. Too bad it's going to be after Christmas. This would have been a perfect gift. But tell us, who would enjoy this book? Oh, you know what? I forgot I put her on mute because she was making noise in the background. All right, hold on, Iris. Let me unmute you. All right, I'm sorry. All right, Iris, tell us, who would enjoy this book?
You know what? Actually, what Paula in the game told me, Artistic Words, they feel like this book will be a crossover. Let me also share with you, too, this book was out in 2011. I am a flight attendant and sold it to a lot of flight attendants of all races and nationalities, and 100% of the people absolutely loved the book. Yeah, I'm going to read something to you.
Go ahead. You got
but I would definitely say, now actually I was even approached by my son's high school teacher. That's when my son was in high school when it came out the first time. He wanted the school to buy copies, and they were going to study the book itself.
Wow.
So the book, because not only, like I said, the main characters are Luella May and Jimmy Thompson, but it also paints a picture of life in southern Georgia. It gives, some detail about lynchings and how courts were at the time, how blacks and whites interacted with each other, some of the issues that our black families were having at the time. I should have read the 4 poems to you. I'm trying to pull them up now. I want to read one to you but I would imagine that. Anybody that's into reading historical fiction would love it. Anyone that loves romantic books would love it. It doesn't have to be any kind of a race of a more so black and white now, because I have everybody in the book. And
I got a question for you though about race, about how people feel emotionally. Okay, like Django Unchained was a very violent book. Of course, this guy had strong love for his wife, and he was determined to find her. So people was really feeling the passion that he had. And they knew he would want to do anything. And then he had this strong relationship with this white man who wanted to help him, find his wife. So he had he was like a hero. So he kind of balanced the emotions of, to me, of whites in the book. Now, do you get that balance in your book, or did you just come out saying, you guys were wrong, this is what went down? Okay, tell us about it. How did you do that?
Yes, that's what you'll see. I mean, in the book, you will definitely start to have a like or dislike for certain people, and of course, like in the beginning, you may see the person, oh, this is a white guy, this is a white woman, or whatever. But as the book progresses, you'll start to really define who that person is, and not necessarily their outer shell. And so, I mean, you got, black heroines, white heroines, and black heroes and white heroes, and then you have you have antagonists too of both races too. So in both sexes too. So in the end, the whole puzzle comes together, and it makes you scratch your head, because it doesn't end the way you think it would. And I did, of course, I did that intentionally. And, of course, it's entertaining as well. So you want something different. If you want to be put on a roller coaster ride, then you'll definitely love Weep of the Willow. The name itself, Weep of the Willow, I chose that title, especially the willow tree, because it's a popular tree in the South, and it was used for a lot of the lynchings in the South. So
I was going to ask you about that name. Because I thought Willow may have been a main character's name in the book, and I didn't never hear you bring up Willow as a name.
No, Willow isn't a person. It's the actual tree, but the tree itself symbolizes. There's lots of symbolism behind the willow tree. They go into, I told you about the book itself. The willow tree, I believe it's a Greek myth that the willow tree weeps because of the death of two lovers. And so you got Luella and you have Jimmy Thompson. So that, so that you can look at it in that regard too. And, I also mentioned to you that, the symbolism behind it in American terms too, the willow tree. So that's the name of, there is a spot in the book called Willow Creek. And in the book itself, Willow Creek is where a lot of the lynchings took place in the book. Yeah.
Now, and I got a question about, you said his name, Mr. Thomas. Thomas is the rich gentleman's name? Thompson. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Thompson. Now, his wife. Now, I'm sure she's grateful and happy and humble being rich, but how does she feel about, sharing her man? Because she had to know.
Well, you know what? For a long time, she heard rumors, and, being the properly bred woman she is, of course she wasn't going to say anything to the public, but she let in on him when she did find out. And, she had some threatening words to say to him about that when she did find out that he was seeing this woman, and she said, she's embarrassed. Of course, they're living in the largest house in that town, but that ain't sitting well with her at all. Yeah. She was upset about it, and of course, like any woman would be.
That's right. That's right. Now, were you able to use like some of your like your natural abilities of like your psychology skills to play games, like any mind games being played?
Like, the book takes you on a ride. It really does. And, you're thinking that I'm going to send you down one road, and you end up going somewhere else. You're like, oh, I didn't see that happening. And, that's how you should write. I want to keep you entertained. And I want to tell a story as well, but definitely want to keep you entertained because that's what you buy the book for. You buy it for entertainment. Yeah.
That's right.
But
they're going to. So what's the lesson learned? Is there a lesson learned in this book? You know, when the read is done.
A lesson learned? I'm not sure.
Yeah, like I'm not big in, like, you know, I love history, but because, you know, you got so much. I mean, when I was in school, mostly, I guess, I went to school for engineering, high school, so we didn't get into a lot of history. But when I was in middle school, I really did enjoy history. Just like, you know, you mentioned that earlier. I said, yes, I love history. But then when I got in college and I took a world history for pre-Africa, that was just so in tune. I couldn't wait for that class. That professor was so good because he talked about things I did not know. In your book, when somebody finished reading this book, is it a teaching lesson to individuals who do have a love for history, but because, you know, they so engulfed with their everyday life and everything?
I would say, in a sense, it is. For the most part, though, I would say it is.
You didn't teach us anything?
Entertaining. Huh?
I said you didn't teach us anything about history in this book. No.
Well, I mean, it's not a history book. It's a story. It is, it's a fiction. It's a story. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it was kind of set in that time where a lot of people just, you know, I mean, just like, to me, like Django, I mean, it was a lot learned in that book, you know.
Right,
that period of time. Because we didn't live that time. Our ancestors lived that time, and we got a chance to see what they endured. Like for example, the lesson learned was how, you know, Samuel Jackson had so much power. And then, you know, I remember reading that a lot of times there were blacks that the masters really liked, and they took care of them because they knew they was going to look after them, and they were able to communicate with the slaves in a way they didn't know how to communicate. And they were like bullies, like the kind you have today in most workplaces. You have these bullies that work for the you know, the guys in the front office, and then they pay them very well to be that way, and they don't care. They break laws and treat everybody injustice. They just want the job done, you know. So that's where I'm going. I was really, I mean, they really took his role out there, but I've heard, you know, or read in other books that it was like that, you know, because people were surprised, like, wow, he made Samuel Jackson like he was his buddy, you know. Just he got the job done. You know?
And so now you understand, you know, I guess that's kind of how this book is too. You will, you know, as time goes on, you will develop a love for some of the characters and start to dislike others. And I guess in a sense it is a teaching lesson because you do fall in love with some, and they have a not so wonderful demise, you know. So it's interesting. I would love for people to go on to just Google author Iris. Sambro is spelled F as in Frank, Ambro, Carter. You will definitely find me. I'm constantly putting snippets out there. If you want to go on, I am signed with Artistic Words Publishing. I'm so excited. I'm like, wow, they chose me. So, but
right.
yeah,
AWP.
The book is good. So I can't say I was surprised, but I'm so happy. I knew it was worthy of being signed by somebody. And there's a snippet out there. I don't want to read the snippet out, you know, over the doing this interview. But it's a snippet out there. And then,
I was going to say, what happened to the poem? What happened to the poem you was going to read me?
I am trying to find it right now.
Everybody knows that Joy Royce Live loves poetry. That's why I got Unplugged out there now. I want to hear people sing, and I want to hear some spoken word poetry. Come on now, help me out. I want to hear some poetry. You got to make it up. I'm not going to let you off this show.
Because I have it, and I don't know what it is. My internet is so slow right now. I am trying to
using dial-up. You still using the phone wire dial-up?
No, no. I'm thinking that several other people are on the internet right now. Is what I'm thinking is happening. I'm like, I should have had that poem ready. I am so bad right now. I just, oh my God, I just can't believe it. I'm looking for. So you put me on the spot, Gary. That was wrong.
I probably could find it before you. She got it out there on her.
I'm finding this snippet everywhere. This squeak, squeak, squeak. I'm finding that everywhere. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
That's
Iris.
wrong, Jerry. That's wrong. You put me on the spot, you know. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see. I'm enjoying talking to you.
But wait, awesome. But look, while you're looking for it and you're waiting for your internet to speed up, tell us how you planning on.
Now pulling it up. What was that?
Yeah, tell us how your team, your street team is planning to market your book online and offline. What are some of the methods you guys are planning to use?
Yeah, they ask us to do some things on our own, and so at times if you're part of any of these Facebook reading clubs, you may see a little snippet coming your way from yours truly. I just need something. Because I will put stuff out there, and let's see here. I don't know, Jerry.
You know what would be cool? You know what would be cool, Iris, what you should do? I haven't seen nobody do it yet. And
What's
I know
that?
you guys always, and I know Carla's so clever when it comes to
I'm
marketing.
about to write now. What do you want me to do?
This is what I like to see you do. Because like I said, I know Carla's really clever because, she had that T-shirt about I am what an author means, and, people pull you up and ask you about your book.
Like that.
Yeah, that was real slick. Now, one of the things I would like to see done is showing you sitting down with a light on you, in a dark room, and you're reading like one of these snippets you're talking about. Because, some people are tired when they get home. I don't feel like reading nothing. I want to hear some stuff. So I think that'd be cool.
That's a good idea. I would definitely do
That'll really market you pretty strongly, I think, too. Because, I saw your picture, you're a very pretty woman and everything. So you can have your daughter do it. It don't have to be you. It could be your daughter. You got a lot of women out there.
You're saying I'm too old, Jerry?
No, but I'm just saying, you're still a flight attendant, so obviously, you still got it going on. But I was thinking, too, you could use your son. He's 21 years old. He can, track some of these young girls out there. 'Cause like I tell people all the time, I notice that we get real heavy hits when I have a lot of the male authors on the show. And that's because a lot of my followers are females, and they want to hear some males,
That's how females are, So,
right. So you might have to put him to work before he starts school.
You know what? That would be a good thing.
Yeah, get Wesley to work. Let Wesley read it. Get Wesley to work. But I think we have to kind of recreate the wheel sometimes when we do things. Because the internet is still new, and people are just everybody's trying to push something. Everybody hustling something.
All right, I found a poem for you, Jerry. Am I able to get it in right now?
Yeah, go ahead, get it in. We'll have nobody following behind you.
This one is 4 poems in there. This one's called Ode to My Ancestors. They love.
So you're gonna read 4? So you're gonna read 4? So you're gonna read 4 poems?
You want me to read all 4?
Yeah, because we started late, so you got it. Okay. I'll let you go ahead. I'll tell you what. I'll let you complete the 4 poems, and then we'll take a break. And then when we come back, we'll let you do your final thoughts, and then we'll be done for the show. Cool?
Okay, so I got to find these other poems, too.
Well, read what you have. Well, you can read what you have.
Okay. I have. Okay. This is one of the ones they love the most. This one is called Ode to My Ancestors. They loved us, nurtured us, gave us wisdom. Their suffrage was abundant. This is an ode to my ancestors. They were broken, martyred, and enslaved. What a world in which we live. I am crying for my ancestors. Jim Crow laws, oppression, disparity is the sign of the time. We face a new demon. Grieving are my ancestors. Death and destruction is all around us. Opposition is the way of life. God help us. Tearful are my ancestors. Father, Son, Holy Ghost, Jesus, I pray for your mercy. Baptism is the call to minister. Mercifully, we have a Savior. Praying are my ancestors. Resurrection for the martyred. The Holy Kingdom is their home. Salvation for the oppressed. A reunion with our sacrificed loved ones. Rejoicing are my ancestors.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
I can see.
You sound hypnotized.
Yeah, I love it. I don't enjoy. I'm gonna tell you, I never enjoy reading poetry for myself because I can't really capture what the writer is really trying to, the emotions they're trying to express in their writing. So I always enjoy listening because you read that 10 times better than I could have read it.
Oh,
awesome.
Wow! Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wow. Yeah, that one is. I love writing though, so
Tell us about it. Tell us about that piece.
When I was just flying somewhere and just one sweep, one stroke of the pen, I wrote the poem. I'm like, oh, that worked.
Well, okay, so nothing else, nothing else behind. So nothing else really behind that piece. Just you just was feeling.
Oh yes,
that
very much so. When you read the book, you will definitely understand why that piece was written the way it was. The book is broken up into 4 sections. It's actually 4 parts to the book, and that one is the last poem in the book, right after the epilogue, and it explains everything about what you just read.
All right, good.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we come back. We'll get your final thoughts, and then we'll wait for your book to come out. Sound good?
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
All right. So here's an episode of Book Buzz with Helen McMillan. She's a life coach. Not just a life coach, but she is a success coach. So if you're trying to become a little bit more successful than you already are, check her out.
What's stopping you from making more, having more, and being more? Hi, I'm Helen McMillan. I'm a success coach. I can help you shift into your $1 million zone of joyful success. Be your most magnetic, confident, and powerful self. The first step is to get my free ebook, 7 Simple Ways to Shift into Your $1 Million Zone. Go to www.yourmilliondollarzone.com and download it now.
That's right. Helen will show you how to shift into more success. She is really awesome too. I'm gonna tell you, I've been feeling really good about my relationship with her when I met her, and just having her on the show was really, really powerful, and meeting her in person. So and we definitely plan on getting involved with one of her coaching sessions. So check her out, Helen McMillan. You can Google her, and she will come up because she has quite a few YouTube clips out there too, showing her abilities, and she's certified and everything. All right, that's enough about Helen. Now, you ready to give us your final thoughts for today's show, Iris Carter?
Okay, my final thoughts. First of all, I definitely want to thank you, Jerry Royce, for having me on the show this evening. It has been a pleasure speaking to you and just reaching out to the audience. I hope for you.
You're welcome.
I hope to be back on the show once the book comes out. I was able to speak to editor Carla today, and she told me to let you guys know, because in the beginning I did tell you it was late December, but she said it's going to be more so mid-January. Mid-January is when the book will be out. I would love to be back on the show then. I am already, I'm scheduling some book signings in Atlanta, but hopefully, since I'm a flight attendant, I can
go anywhere you want to go.
Go anywhere you guys want me to come,
That's right. Well, you let us know if you decide to head north in the Maryland area, and especially Baltimore, and we'll hang out with you. Come into my studio. We can do an in-person interview here.
Oh, that'd be great. That would be just great.
And January would probably be perfect if you.
Hello?
We do have a couple of entrepreneurs that would love to engage us in their location. If you want to get out there and meet some people and talk about your book, we can set something up like that. Because we've been looking to do some new things, get out there in the community, more exposure for the show. So that'd be perfect since you get free transportation.
Yeah.
Yeah, make sure you get picked up. Yeah. We make sure you get picked up from the airport and everything, so that won't be a problem.
Okay.
All right. Get a chance to hang out with Jerry Royce live and Studio 21 team. All right. So did we get your final thought? Well, you just was thanking everybody.
I was just thinking, everybody, I don't know what to say about my final thought. I'm excited about the book. I am.
Yeah.
Keep it well. You guys Google it. Google Iris Samuel Carter, and I will definitely chat with you if you send me a note.
That's right.
God bless, Gary.
Yeah. Keep us and I think I sent you something earlier. I said since your book is not going to be released for a while, you can still engage the people and get us excited about it. Because I'm excited about just listening to you talk about it on the show, and I can just imagine, people going to feel the same way. But then we're not going to hear from you for a while, so you got to keep the fire burning. So don't let it go out.
You're going to hear from me for a while, because if you're on Facebook, you see I'm on there pretty much every day now, sending stuff out, chatting with people. People send me stuff. I say, I try to stay engaged.
Right.
I think the book is great, but people, want to feel comfortable buying. They want to feel like they like you. If you're untouchable, why would I want to buy something from somebody that has a shield around them? You can definitely reach out to me.
All right. Well, we're definitely reaching out to you, so let me know when that book is released. If you want to come to Baltimore, we'll try to set something up. Even if it's at a hair salon, we'll sit out there. And I know quite a few people on salon. I'm sure they'll have us, and we can sit out there and talk about your book.
What? I guess Audrey is listening. She knew I was trying to find my. Oh my God! I was trying to find my. Can I read this poem right quick?
Well, you got another one for me? Okay, Audrey. She finally shows up.
Thank you, Audrey. Thank you. Hello.
Finally shows up. Yeah. You ready?
Sky. This is called "Weep of the Willow." Skies darken, fade to black. Winds howl, brace the attack. Saddened is the willow. Mood sullen, dying day, martyrs come, dark is their prey, tearful is the willow. Circle their foe, ritual begin, burning cross, white-clad sin, stop, shouts the willow. Noose his neck, willow's arm, resist the martyr, sound the alarm, have mercy on him, screams the willow. Cry for salvation, deaf ears, painful participant, silent tears, broken is the willow. Life lost, painful view, no more, shouts the willow. Black hue, weeping is the willow.
That was beautiful.
I love you, Audrey.
Yeah, she's something else. In a good way to end our show. And I'm gonna tell you, Iris and Carla and Audrey, I tell people all the time when they want to hear the good stuff, the really good stuff, I tell them you gotta listen to Jerry Royce live on Positive Power 21. That's right, on Positive Power 21. And don't forget about us at Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. And thank you, everybody, and stay awesome all week long. Okay, Iris? Stay awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you for tuning in to the Positive Power 21 Network. Team 21 would like to thank you all for tuning in, and please spread the word and tell a friend. This is Jerry Royce at Positive Power 21, where we get our positive on.
Positive Power 21.org, Internet Radio.
All right, that's a wrap.
Positive Power 21.org, Internet Radio.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
This is author Kawan S. Crawford. I'm the author of the series Spontaneous Touches and Kisses, and I'm live on the Jerry Royce Live Show.
Hello, and thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce, and welcome to Positive Power 21 Network, where you get your positive on. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Positive Power 21.org, Internet Radio.
What happens when a man meets a woman who's everything he wished his girlfriend was? Is his girlfriend's unconditional love and ride or die loyalty worth dealing with in her baggage? Find out the consequences of the man's need of self-completion and learn a lesson that everything comes with a price. The Lesson by Miss Cynthia Blue on Amazon.com.
Are you having problems getting that dream job? Did you know that the resume is designed to get you the interview, and the interview is actually what gets you the job? My team of experienced resume writers at Career Image Solutions have successfully helped hundreds of clients create the perfect resume, land more interviews, and obtain their dream job. We also proudly offer Legal Shield. Visit us on the web at www.career-image.com or like us on Facebook, Career Image Solutions.
Are you looking for a book with total action and suspense? A novel sure to take you on a thrill ride? Books with unforgettable characters, some heat-level fire erotica, and twists and plots that will leave you at the edge of your chair? Then try one of my international bestsellers, The Blood Feud, The Blood Tie, Plain Dealing, Dolly's Secret, Dolly's Fantasy, all written by me, Shelley Young. You can find these bestsellers on Amazon and Barnes & Noble online. I guarantee one book and you'll be hooked.
Dangerously in Love is a story about a young lady named Reminisce who blames the streets, but the streets doesn't owe anyone any loyalty. Dangerously in Love is a modern-day tale filled with danger, passion, and one woman's dream of escape. Dropping October 4, 2014, Alita 8, A Dangerously in Love, available through Cinematic Ink Publications and Amazon.com. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to Positive Power 21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and when it's all positive, it's all power. That's Positive Power. And welcome to Jerry Royce, and we got our Book Buzz sponsor, Brenda Williams, so stay tuned for her 30-second presentation of her book, Explicit Expressions.
Are you looking for something steamy, hot, and erotic? Well, you're looking for Explicit Expressions by Brenda Williams, one of the most prolific erotic writers of all time. Brings to you her collection of sensual erotic stories, poems, and seduction that will warm the heart of anyone. Each one penned, guaranteed to have minds wandering, hearts racing, automatically introducing sexual bliss. So lay back, get comfy, get ready to be mesmerized. This will be an experience you'll never forget.
All right. That's Brenda Williams, author of Explicit Expressions. And she said that's a hot book. So if it's cold in bed, you got to warm up with that one. All right, tonight on the show we have Kawan S. Crawford. He's the author of Spontaneous Touches and Kisses 3. It's a series. I guess it's like a world series. So you got to check. So we're here to talk to him, and we're going to read his bio. Now, we're not going to read the bio that's on his website, because you'll have to have a little time to read that one for yourself. But his website is, I think that's Don Kawan Publications, all right, .com. All right, and check out his full bio. All right, he got some other things out there for you to check out too. Now, the piece that I pulled says, in 1941, I decided to make some changes for the better. I've always considered myself a hustler as opposed to a drug dealer because I love anything that made money. I had to find a way to get it legally. My love of music led me to start a management company called Keep It Real Management, forming to manage and cultivate inspiring recording artists. I eventually signed a couple of young talented guys from my neighborhood, and it was the beginning of my becoming a man of inspiration. I couldn't move anything from the chest down, but I made plenty of phone calls, attended every meeting that was important to the business by means necessary. After a while, I realized I needed to sharpen up my business skills to effectively manage careers. In 1996, I made a decision to enroll in Medgar Evers College, a city university of New York. While attending Cal, I received numerous awards for academic excellence from various campus organizations, including the University Student Senate, receiving their Profile of Courage Award for outstanding achievements of being an inspiration to others with disabilities. All right, and welcome to Jerry Royce Live, Mr. Kawan Crawford. How you doing tonight, sir?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for having me on, man. I feel good about it.
Oh, absolutely, man. We're glad to have you on here, bruh. And First question coming out of the gates, man, because I know you had a bio and a half, so we ready to hear your story. And the question is, who is Kawan S. Crawford?
All right. First of all, when you started off, you said it was in 1941, but I ain't that old, man. The story started in 94. I was born,
I'm sorry.
I was born in 69. I'm 45 years old. And in 1990, I was involved in a motorcycle accident that left me paralyzed from the chest down. And a lot of people, when they meet me, the first thing they say is, they're sorry about what happened. But I usually tell them that it was really a blessing in disguise for me, because I was 20 years old, and at the age of 20, I was living a very reckless, destructive life. I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, just a few blocks away from Coney Island, down by the infamous Nathan's and the beaches and all of that. And it was rough when I was coming up. I like I said, I was born in 69, so I'm like an 80s baby. And Brooklyn, New York back in the 80s was real crazy, and you had to either fight or run. And I chose to fight. So by the time I had my accident, I had built up like a reputation of a bad boy. And somewhere down the line, I crossed over into the drug game and started doing things that at this point in my life realized I really didn't have to do. But I was doing, what the environment had pretty much laid out for me. I was really just playing the hand that I was dealt. And I ended up becoming very popular in the underworld, and most of the cats in Brooklyn during the mid and late 80s have heard of me, know me. I made a lot of moves. I've been around a lot of places. I used to love to party and hang out and do all the things that came with that lifestyle. Fast money, fast cars, fast women, things of that nature. And like I said, by the time I was 20. I had a few enemies. I had a few people that didn't like me, the things I did and the way I was moving. And like I tell people, my action was a blessing in disguise, because there's no telling what might have happened that summer that I was running the streets, because like I said, I was playing a very dangerous game, and it's one I don't recommend. But like I said, I was in the times of the 80s, and that's what was going on, and that was the path I chose to take. Excuse me. But after my accident, I got paralyzed in June, and I spent close to 18 months in the hospital. I spent my first 4.5 months in a medical hospital called Kings County, where they specialize in trauma. I was actually, my action was June 20th, but I wasn't alert till the 4th of July. That was like my breakout Independence Day. So I take that day very special, because that's the first day I became alert, and they alerted me to what was going on, my paralysis. And it was devastating, because I couldn't speak, I couldn't move. I basically was just laying there staring at the ceiling, with tears in my eyes every night for months, wondering why. And I used to communicate with my family through blinking and clicking sounds through my teeth, to the point that they was able to understand me at one point. At least my mother and the young lady I was dating at the time, they could interpret, what I was trying to get at for months. And I didn't start speaking again until August 8th, when they took the trachea out of my neck. I was on a respirator and all that up until August 8th. That was the first time I was able to speak. Felt good. And the first thing I said was, "It feels good." That's when that song by Tony was out. So that was my song that I was hearing every night in the hospital. So those were my first words spoken. Excuse me, on my birthday, and it felt real good to be speaking. I felt some progress coming on. And after about 4.5 months, they moved me to Roosevelt Island, across from Midtown Manhattan. They had a hospital for people that had the paralysis I had, and they diagnosed me as a quadriplegic. That means you don't have limited use or no use of all 4 of my limbs. Like most cats they call paraplegics, they be paralyzed from the waist down. I'm a quad, so I have no movement or feelings from the chest down, even though I did regain a little motions in my arms to be a little independent, which is something that I've always been. So they moved me to the rehab hospital, and that's when I began to start working my upper extremities and learning how to adapt to life all over again, because that actually, became a whole nother person. And after about a year, I kind of got used to being paralyzed and accepted the fact that this is what it was going to be. And even though my body had changed, my mind was still the same. So what I did was, when I got out of the hospital, I really didn't miss a beat with getting back into the things I was doing on the streets. I was still partying. I was still chasing fast money. I had a few connections and people that assisted me with doing the things that I was doing. I was still in the clubs. I was still at the beaches. I was traveling. It was a different move, though. And every day I thank God for the friends and family that I had, because I wouldn't have been able to make these moves without their assistance. I mean, they would literally have to pick me up and put me in a car and make me comfortable and, get me straight and take me places, and actually took on the job of nursing and caring for me when I was outside of my apartment setting. So they did a really good job of holding me down, for the years. And actually they still do, man. I mean, I realized I must have done something right, because, I still got a few good people here 24 years later that's still sticking by my side. And, I can call for a favor and, they got me and love me for who I am, and not for, what I was able to bring to the table and all of that. So, I got to tell people, it was a blessing in disguise. And when I came out the hospital, my body changed, but my mind didn't. And I was running. I think I was still running the streets and doing the things I was doing for like another 4 or 5 years. And then, I lost 2 cousins that were very close to me to street violence. They were murdered, and that's when I woke up and realized that. I think I was about 25, 26 when I decided that, this was really no life for anyone, especially for a person with my paralysis. I was still hearing rumors of people that wanted to get at me, even in my condition. And, there was rumors of police and stuff. And, like I said, one day I just woke up and realized that, I had to try to do something different. So the first thing I thought of was, because I was dating this young lady that was in college at the time. And so after watching her go to school for about a year, woke up one day and decided that was a route I was going to, probably take. So I was fortunate enough that even though I ran the streets, I did end up getting my high school diploma before my accident. I did graduate high school. It was rough. I got kicked out about 3 or 4 of them before I finally completed. But I did get it. Mom's made sure that I got that. So I gave her that. She got the diploma. So when I decided to go back to college, I just had to freshen up my basic skills. And when I went to Medgar Evers, at first I really didn't know what I was going to really take with the disability, but I had to be realistic about my life and what I was going to do. So I was already managing some dudes, like you read in the bio. I ended up starting a management company because hip-hop was coming up around, the mid-'90s and all that. It was getting real popular. It was something for people, in the urban communities to come up on. So I got into that. Since I was connected, I ended up getting them a recording deal with the infamous Fab Five Freddy. He used to host MTVs. He's an original hip-hop pioneer, for real. So he gave us an opportunity, gave us a deal, and, we did a couple of songs, and we hung out with him for a couple of years, but nothing really came out of that. But I was already in school, sharpening up my business skills and, learning how to transition from the street life to a more real life or a more professional life. So I ended up getting my associate's degree, and about 2.5 years, I got my associate's degree in '99 in business. And I decided to stay in and get a degree in accounting once I realized that accounting was something that was vital to the success of a business. But then once I got in it, by the time I graduated in 2002, they had the big scandal with Enron and all of that. So when the scandal kicked off, you know, in my mind, I was thinking I don't really want to get in a profession where I might have to go to jail. I could have stayed on the streets for that. So fresh out of college with my bachelor's degree, I relocated to Augusta, Georgia, where I live at now, and this is where my family is originally from. So I ended up relocating in 2002, and like before I graduated, people just kept telling me that I had lived a very interesting life, and I think my graduation sparked a different level of inspiration into folks that knew me personally, being that I made the transition from, you know, this guy on the streets to now this guy that's getting certificates and awards in school for academic excellence. So people have been telling me for years that I had a very interesting story. I should write a book. You know, I got things I can say. I know how to tell a good story. So the end of 2002, is when I started writing my first book. And actually, I probably wouldn't have been able to write it had I not went to school. Because when I first went to Medgar Evers, I got introduced to some software called Dragon Naturally Speaking. I mean, voice recognition is popular now. Everybody got it on their phones and stuff, but I've been using software like that since 96, 97. Okay. So once I got introduced to the software, when I got ready to write my book, I basically just dictate to the computer what it is I want to say, and it basically, you know, puts together what I was saying. So I'm laying in the house and I'm thinking, you know, I really don't want to do the accounting thing. You know, I had a job, work for a financial company when I was in school for about a year, suit and tie kind of thing, but that really wasn't for me. So I ended up coming out of that. So I knew I really wasn't built for the corporate world. So after I analyzed my options, you know, writing was something I felt that I can actually do, something I really didn't have to depend on nobody to help me with. You know, I was thinking about my music venture and how one of my artists and both of my artists eventually gave up. So I figured, let me get into this because this is something that I can pretty much manage myself. Like I know I'm not going to quit on this. I'm going to do this until it's either a miss or not. You know, it got to be a hit. I'm not going to stop until it's a hit. So I started writing my first novel. And after I wrote my first book, I mean, the response I got was amazing. So it kind of like kept me, you know, inspired to want to continue writing more and more. And, you know, now I'm about 7 books in, to be honest with you. I know quite a few. I have one. I wrote one book that's actually, well, most of my books are fictional, but I got one that's non-fictional. It's about, you know, the relationship between quadriplegics and their caregivers. Other than that, everything else is fictional, but most of them are inspired by true stories of my life, events, things that I've been through. And I incorporate in my writing. I think what makes my writing unique from others is that I'm able to incorporate my street life and common sense with my book life. So, like, I'm very skilled at structuring my books and tailoring them where from the beginning to the end, everything is going to make sense and connect. And from what I've been hearing, you know, it's definitely one of the best pieces of read out there.
Wow.
Yeah, these are things that I get. Actually, yesterday they somebody nominated me a few weeks ago, but yesterday they announced that they was dubbing me the name of 2015 King of Lit.
Wow.
You know, that my buzz was picking up so much that they want me to hold that title come 2015. You know, so that's where I'm at. So I'm still feeling that from yesterday. I'm feeling really inspired. You know, I do this for the folks, but I got plenty of stories, And I really just try to keep my stories, real honest, true to the streets, and I've crossed genres with it too. Like, I'm not one track with what I write, neither. I'm able to cross genres and still give you some quality.
Yeah, Kawan, that's some kind of story, man. Like you said, you just never know how something's going to turn your life around. It may sound tragic to another person, but in your eyes, it saved your life.
It's a blessing, man, and I thank God every day for another day, because, like I said, and this ain't just me saying it. Like I know people I speak to today that knew me personally then, and we all have the same thought about my outcome had this not happened. And I live alone in Augusta. I got my own place. I'm pretty independent. I still go out. I don't do the clubs and hang